We'll be there. It's Monday, Garrett. Listen.
It is. Oh,
trust
my gosh.
Me, all of our brains
start.
are just waking up.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. Thank you.
Right? Snaps is not firing. Need more sleep.
Right.
So we're all
We'll
there.
get there.
The Monday
we'll get there
blues.
eventually. Yeah.
Thanks, Garrett.
See you, buddy.
Thanks.
And thank you, Garrett. You know what I still kind of have the blues about?
What's
the
that?
Orlando Storm. Man, I know they still had a great season.
I
though.
know.
They
but
sure did.
it's
They sure
expecting-
did. And they're
yeah.
going to look different next year. I have a feeling some of those players are going to get pulled to the NFL.
I would think so, too. All right, we're out of time. Have a great Monday.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Want to let you know kind of where things stand at this 11 o'clock hour as we transition to 4.5 hours of live streaming here with Fox 35 News Plus. But I do want to start by giving you an update on some breaking news here where a suspected gunman on the loose in Orange County after a shooting at a bus stop this morning. Happened around 9 o'clock on the 1000 block of Egan Drive. Deputies say they found a woman in her 70s who was shot. They don't know who may have been responsible for this. Again, this happened at a bus stop. That woman was taken to the hospital. We're told she's in critical condition right now. Detectives are actively investigating this scene. We've got a crew on the way working to learn more right now. We also are told that investigators are currently looking for this shooting suspect. So we'll keep you updated on this. We are working to learn more about it. Again, a woman in her 70s in critical condition after being shot at a bus stop on Egan Drive in Orange County, and that gunman still on the loose right now. A couple of other things that we are tracking right now. I just got an update from the city of Orlando at a workshop that the city council held this morning, talking about where things stand with the Pulse Memorial. We'll get into that coming up in just a little bit. And we also just recently heard this morning from State CFO Blaise Ngolia, who was in Jacksonville and talking about government spending there. We know that that is a place that he has been before, and talking about his concerns, outlining what he believed to be excessive and wasteful spending in the city of Jacksonville. And so he went back again today for an update. So we're going to hear from him coming up in just a little bit. Several interviews this hour as well. We're looking at the situation with a number of tens of thousands of, or thousands, I should say, of Instagram accounts that are believed to have been compromised in an incident where attackers used an AI-powered support system to reset passwords for users on Instagram. This might have happened to you. We're going to talk more about that coming up in just a little bit. We're also looking at President Trump's visit tonight to Madison Square Garden for Game 3 of the NBA Finals. It's been getting a lot of attention because of the security. We're going to be talking with one of our security experts about how you make sure the president can stay safe in a situation like that. So that's where things stand at this 11 o'clock hour. We are just getting started here on Fox 35 News Plus and have a lot to talk about today. But we start today by talking about the excitement surrounding the Tampa Bay Rays. They are the best team in the American League, and a lot of excitement for them here in just a couple of minutes. We're going to get to speak with Brett Phillips, who is a former Rays star, fan favorite, and now in a role with the team as brand engagement executive. So we're going to get to talk with him in just a couple of minutes, and we look forward to chatting with him. But on this Monday, let me give you a live look right now, if I can find the right thing here. There is downtown Orlando on this Monday as we get ready for a bit of a pattern change here in Central Florida. been enjoying and kind of making the most of our dry and nice weather here, but we're bracing for some changes.
I am the bearer of bad news today yet again. I'm going to blame you. I'm saying, Garrett, thanks for telling me about the humidity coming in. Right. Now we have to deal with it. No, it's true. We got humidity surging back in, and we've had this dry, beautiful weekend. Such a gift. We were tracking it. It came to pass. It delivered. 2 thumbs up. But now we got to get back to the June reality. So let's get right to the maps. So right now it's already 85 degrees. It's warming up. We're going to be in the low 90s before the morning is out. And we've had a day where you'll notice the humidity increasing. It will become increasingly muggy through the week. This bright ectoplasma green represents the juice. That is the tropical humidity surging in starting Wednesday, lasting through the weekend. You can see there's a big slug of it out in the middle of the Gulf, but we're going to get plenty enough to provide fuel for the afternoon thunderstorm fires. Look at the beach right now. Beautiful there. A little bit of surf happening, and otherwise just a serene day on Daytona. If you're heading that way, there's 1 foot waves. Water temp 81, air temp 86. Still a moderate risk for rip currents. It's still a little bit rough out there, even though the waves aren't huge. The sandbars are messed up. So that's sort of an ever-present threat here on the East Coast. But it's good beach weather today and also tomorrow with very low rain chances in hot weather. 90 today in Titusville, 86 New Smyrna. We'll see about 94, though, in Leesburg and Claremont. And when you factor in the humidity, it'll feel like it's over 100 degrees. So there's a heat index factor to consider. All right, Futurecast. We have a 10% chance today of an Atlantic coastal shower. We're going to really have to wait till Wednesday, though, to get into the higher rain chances. And at that point, we'll have about a 40 to 50% chance in Orlando with a slightly higher favoring of rain in Tampa. On Thursday, much the same. Looks like Daytona maybe catches some rain, Orlando as well. But by and large, the Gulf Coast will catch the highest chances for rain. Then on Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday, look at this future rain. This is representing a 6-hour rain total for Saturday. So between roughly 5 p.m. and 9 p.m., the rain totals could exceed 1 inch to 3 inches, and then we do it all again on Sunday. So we're about to get into some true rainy season action beginning Wednesday and peaking this weekend. Look at that swirl in the Caribbean. That would normally be of concern. But this is a tropical wave. This is the seed of a tropical storm. But in this case, we've got a lot of dry air and a lot of wind shear out there. So we're not expecting development. In fact, the National Hurricane Center says no tropical activity is expected over the next 7 days. Although we've got several tropical waves out in the intertropical convergence zone. Say that 3 times fast. So that's good news. It's still early season. There's also a lot of dust out in the Atlantic, that Saharan dust. This pattern typically peaks in July with these big dust storms over the Sahel region, the Saharan, and it gets pushed 5,000 miles west and brings with it conditions that are very much like the desert. Very hot weather aloft, about 5,000 to 10,000 feet high, and it caps the atmosphere, stopping tropical development. So we've got that dry air surging in. There's also a lot of sinking air because of the activity in the Pacific. And whenever the Pacific is hot, the Atlantic is not. And in this case, the Pacific is hot. That's tropical storm south of Acapulco. And in Acapulco, they're expecting anywhere from 8 to 18 inches of rain today. It's going to be a huge rainmaker. This is Tropical Storm Boris, and all of that hot air rising gets pushed over into the Caribbean when it sinks, and that's why we're not really getting any action here. Boris is not a big wind maker. It's only got winds of 40 miles an hour, but it is a huge rainmaker. And with those mountains in the Pacific, on the Pacific side, it's going to act to like squeegee out, wring out like a big wet towel, all the rain, and just be a huge flood event for areas in and just outside of Acapulco especially. So heads up, any friends or family vacationing out that way, just a sign of the season. So again, the more activity in the Pacific, the less activity we have in the Caribbean and the Gulf. And it looks like this pattern will continue for at least the next several weeks. But we'll watch to see if anything pops on the Atlantic side. That said, it looks like our chances of precipitation, we call it the possibilities of precipitation, or the POPs, are about 30 to 60% starting midweek. So whether it's precipitation or participation, we're all going to become a part of it. And it looks like by the weekend, about a 70% chance on Sunday. So some legit downpours are coming our way. Afternoon stuff, not an all-day rain, just your typical summertime, right? 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock.
Back to the break is over. We're back to that typical pattern this time of year.
Probably not worth it to even wash the car.
Yeah, that's true. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thank you.
Now let's talk a little baseball on this Monday. The Tampa Bay Rays having a great year so far. They have been so fun to watch, and it has just really brought a lot of excitement to be able to see that team. And we are pleased, as I told you just a few minutes ago we were going to get the chance to speak with Brett Phillips, and he is joining us live now via Zoom. Former Rays star, fan favorite, and now the Tampa Bay Rays brand engagement executive, joining us live via Zoom this morning. Brett, how you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I'm doing well. I appreciate you having me on. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right, thank you. And hard not to be if you're a Rays fan. I mean, it was a little bit of a rough weekend with the Citrus series, but it has been a fun season. And I'm just curious what it's been like for you now to kind of have an official role with the team. And I'm just wondering what these first few months for you have been like.
Man, it's been a great time. This is a full circle moment for me. Being a fan of the Tampa Bay Rays as a child, going to those games and having those memories, and really just opening up the thought of dreaming of playing Major League Baseball. Fast forward 20 plus years, I'm having the opportunity to play for the Tampa Bay Rays, not only for the Rays, but in the World Series as well. And now that I'm retired from playing, like you mentioned, I am working for the Rays as the brand engagement executive, which has been really cool for me because being born and raised in the area, I'm on the ground level with our fan base, which happens to be my community. So it's been really special for my family and I to be in this role, to be back, having a passion and love for baseball and also people, the fan base, and to really tie it all together. It's been a dream job, really. If I'm not playing Major League Baseball, this is right there next to it. So it's been really cool and fun for me.
Well, and it's been a great season too on the field. I mean, and being back at the Trop. I mean, it seems like the excitement and the energy there has been, high at a higher level than we have seen in a while.
I've been asking a lot of people that same question because I can feel it just being around the ballpark. You feel a different energy, a buzz around the ballpark. And I think going back to the catastrophic event of the hurricane, taking Major League Baseball, that experience away from us at the Trop, you don't know what you have until you lose it. So the excitement of the new ownership group coming in, which is doing a tremendous job of putting our fans first and really just making this new excitement. Not that the old ownership didn't do that, but again, it's new, it's fresh. The Rays are playing good baseball, like you touched on. Expectation wise, I think they're blowing a lot of our fan base out of the water. Expectation wise, but never counting Eric Neander and his team out. This is what they do. They perform. They have success, and the data would show since 2008, 2009, we're the third or fourth most winning team in all of baseball, which is really cool.
I've got to ask you, Brett, about this viral moment a couple of weeks ago. We've heard about the tarps off movement across baseball, fans taking their shirts off in the stands, really bringing a lot of energy. You jumped right in. I mean, just talk to us about the decision to head out there and just kind of join in the fun out there in the stands.
Fun, you touched on it. Wherever there's fun going on, you'll probably find Brett Phillips in the middle of it. People have called me the CEO of fun, and I've really enjoyed it. The internet crazes, social media, things are going to come and go, as you know. What's going to be hot, what's going to be not. And right now, tarps off is hot, and it's been fun that we've had that come to Tropicana Field, because maybe in the past we haven't had situations of internet crazes find us, but here we are in the middle of it. It was a one and done situation for me. I got everything I wanted from it. It was extremely fun. I know that's going to continue to move forward and create some energy around the field, but the fans love it. The players love it. They're out there getting after it, and when you're a player, all you can ask for from your fan base is some love and some energy, and that creates it. So it's cool that we're capitalizing on the internet craze, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I don't think anyone who ever saw you play or was at all familiar with you was surprised at all to see you just kind of eating that up right in the middle of the action out there. It looked like you were having a blast. But I am curious from a player perspective, kind of having that renewed energy like we talked about in the Trop, having those fans with the tarps off and, really getting into it. What does that do for players on the field?
It does a lot in the foundational elementary way. Having energy and fans showing up to the ballpark helps your team, your players out tremendously. You're going to go through parts throughout a season where over 162 games, you're going to drag a little bit as a player, but finding that adrenaline a lot of the time comes from the fan base, showing up, yelling, cheering for you. You need, as a player, sometimes you need to dig deeper and during these times of, man, the season's getting long, or I'm battling with injuries, or, just whatever it may be, hearing the fans roar and show up it plays a huge part. And again, I can't thank our ownership group enough for putting our fans first, making it accessible for our fans to get to the ballpark. They've been doing a lot of cool promotions, which again, I'm a fan first of the Tampa Bay Rays, and then obviously a player now work there. But all you can ask for is just the accessibility and experience to bring your family out. And again, I think that has a lot to do not only with the team playing well, right, but it has a lot to do with this new excitement. And I'd be curious to see what our numbers are attendance wise, but I would say they're doing pretty well just by the eye test.
Well, it's been a fun season already. We know things are really just getting started, and a lot of more exciting things to be happening. Brett, we really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Been fun seeing you around the team, and we appreciate you joining us today and chatting with us.
Yes, thanks for having me. But also, before I leave, I got to shout out our Orlando fans. Talking to our season members and a lot of our fans, a lot of y'all are commuting from Orlando, and we really appreciate that. And as a player, I guess I didn't really understand how big our Orlando fan base is in commuting over to support us or watching in Orlando. So shout out to y'all, Orlando, Kissimmee, that area. I really appreciate you guys making it over and supporting the Rays. So thank you guys.
All right, Brett Phillips, Tampa Bay Rays brand engagement executive. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Meta has revealed that more than 20,000 users of its Instagram platform had their accounts compromised in a recent incident where we have learned about attackers using what is a support platform, Meta's AI support system, to reset passwords. So joining us live now to talk about what we know about this incident and also what you and I need to know about it going forward. We've got Matt Rose, who's the CXO of TechRage IT, joining me live now via Zoom. And Matt, we appreciate you joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So first, what do we know about this incident and kind of what was behind these, so many Instagram users getting their accounts essentially hijacked?
Yeah, so what Meta's coming out and saying is that there was a vulnerability in the tool, as you mentioned, that this AI support tool. What they're not saying is was it a vulnerability in the classic sense that something in the code or something of that nature, or was it a vulnerability of the AI tool not following instructions? And that's the one thing I don't think we know yet that I think is an interesting potential wrinkle to this. But basically what happened was the tool was supposed to allow that you could use it to reset your password. And if you think about typically when you reset your password, it usually will want to verify via some method. So it normally would send you an email and ask for a code or something of nature. And it did that, but you could give it any email address and it would send that to that email address and not verify that's actually the email that was on file. So these attackers were able to utilize it to send the code to any email they want. And so then they were able to reset the password for accounts that very much didn't belong to them unless they had multi-factor authentication turned on.
And these AI-powered, support systems, chatbots, that kind of thing, they're becoming more common when it comes to, trying to get some help on a social media platform or on a website or something like that. Is this something that is was just an issue with how this support system was set up, or could this be something that could be exploited in more generally as well?
I would say more than likely this was something that just could be exploited more generally, because the thing that, we've talked over the last couple of years about different AI pieces. And the thing about AI is it's following instruction. It wants to make the human happy. And if you don't give it good boundaries, it does whatever it wants. So if the system has access to reset passwords, because that's its tool, is it wants to allow that if someone needs to reset their password at 4 a.m, they don't need to have a person there, and that person could get back onto the platform. But you're giving it access to it, but you're not giving it proper instructions to say, okay, well, cool, Matt wants to reset his password. If you're saying the email address and I give you an email that doesn't match, it didn't have the proper, I don't think it had the proper instructions to say, wait, that's not the proper email. Or instead, I've had plenty of times where if you have to reset your password, it just says, we sent this to the email on file if you didn't receive it. And that way, you never even know unless you have access. So I think this is probably, and again, I don't think all the details are fully out there, but I would just be willing to bet this is something in the AI tools, boundaries were not set properly.
So what do you see happening from this? I'm trying to figure out the best way to word this, because, like we said, we are seeing more of these companies and platforms using things like this to help with some of these tasks. It's an easy way to kind of automate it and to have it taken care of by someone going to this AI powered system instead of having to do it a different way. But is something like this an AI powered password reset system generally more vulnerable than maybe the old way of doing things?
Oh, absolutely. Again, AI is a fantastic tool that, everyone should be using for a lot of great things, and that they need to do into making their jobs more efficient. But when you make it more autonomous and if you give it more ability to operate on its own, you're always going to run into more risk. There's been a lot of people that say over time, you think about AI as if it's a free unpaid intern or something. And if you think about if you just had an employee that you just said, hey, just go reset people's passwords, but you didn't give them boundaries, they're going to make the same mistake. So I think we will run into it. My guess is this is happening in other places. Just this may have been the largest, 20,000 at a company like Meta is obviously big news. I think, as we've talked about various things about AI in the past, like the whole database deletion, whatever, I think these are unfortunately things that are going to have to warn people that maybe we are rushing some parts of AI a little fast without looking at the risks of them.
So are there ways that, a company like Meta should have potentially seen that this was a vulnerability in that platform? Is this something that could be prevented is the point I'm trying to get, as opposed to something that maybe things may appear like they're fine and someone's just able to exploit it? Or is this something that probably should have been recognized in creating this?
In this specific case, from what we know, I would think that this should have been recognized. Again, a company of Meta's level and with the amount of, what they have from a standpoint of resources to fix this. There's even a screenshot in the article on Bleeping Computer that shows that literally, a cell phone that they were using it on. And if you just think of normal testing, it wasn't like it was some sort of there's been things in the past where people are fairly creative in getting an AI bot to go against its instructions. This was literally, it said, what's your email address? And they said, whatever it is, and it said, cool, you should have gotten an 8-digit code, and it didn't verify it. So this, I would assume, was just trying to rush out what seemed like a great tool that was going to save resources. And I know, unfortunately, a lot of companies are making staffing changes based on AI. Who's to say this wasn't one of those ones? And it's it looks like it backfired a little bit.
Yeah, and it's one of those things too, when we set up two-factor authentication, we think, that is going to make sure to keep our accounts safe, our information safe. But, just another reminder that there's so much of it that is out of our control as users as well. And that it shows the trust that we're putting in these companies as well to protect our data.
Yeah, and to clarify on that, one thing about it is that if you did have multi-factor authentication set up, they weren't able to essentially steal your account, but it was kind of worrisome, because if you woke up and suddenly couldn't log into Instagram, you still then had to do a password reset. And I don't know what that looks like. Meta may have kind of shut down what it was, but it is also a reminder that you should be doing the basic things, and that's what you can do to protect yourself. Is if those users who had multi-factor on weren't going through the trouble that those users didn't. But it also, on the flip side, I can say, how is it that Meta has a platform this large and somehow didn't force multi-factor for users? So there's a few pieces of that I can question.
So what is the bottom line here then for you and me, Matt, users of Instagram? What is it? Two-factor authentication, or what's the takeaway here?
Yeah, I think this is one of those things we constantly say. 100% you should have two-factor or multi-factor authentication on every account you possibly can, especially your social media accounts, Instagram, Facebook, your work accounts, really anything. At this point in time, if you log into something and you don't have some level of multi-factor authentication, you should be turning it on. And if you can't, you should probably be questioning what it is you're using, because it's at least going to prevent major issues, even in this case where you can't really prevent as a user of the tool having issues, but you can mean that so that they couldn't fully get into your account because they obviously couldn't reset your multi-factor authentication code.
Well, Matt Rose, CXO of TechRage IT in Longwood. Always good talking with you. Thanks for helping us make sense of this and joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me again, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Tonight is Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the Knicks and the Spurs. This game at Madison Square Garden, and it's going to have a special guest. The President of the United States has announced that he is going to be attending Game 3 tonight, expected to be watching the game from the owner's suite inside that arena. And this has sparked some controversy because of all of the security changes that have been implemented as part of this. A watch party immediately outside the arena has been canceled as well, and essentially a warning to any fans who are going. They've been told to get there at least 2 hours before the game starts to make sure you give yourselves enough time to actually get in time for tip-off. And so joining us live now to talk about this, we've got Dave Benson, security expert and consultant, joining us live now via Zoom. Dave, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
So a lot of discussion about the security precautions being taken for President Trump's visit tonight. First, I'm just curious kind of what the mindset is for those who are responsible for keeping the president safe when they hear him say, hey, I want to go to the Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Is that oh man, this is going to be a big headache kind of moment because of all the planning and coordination that something like this takes?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Yes, because it's not a planned event. No, because most of the major sports arenas around the country, at least on paper, are prepared for presidential visits, high-ranking government officials. Nonetheless, they didn't have a lot of notice. It's going to be very disruptive for fans. And so everybody should anticipate that and pack some patience.
Yeah, how is something like this maybe different than, say, a presidential rally or something on Capitol Hill, something that is kind of planned? Going to an event like this that already has procedures, already has big crowds planning to come in, how is preparing for the president's security at something like this different than maybe something that White House advanced staff is planning from scratch?
Well, first and foremost, the Secret Service is going to take a look at what other security plans are already in place, and then they're going to build upon that. And one of the things that's the hallmark of presidential protection is isolation and clearing a route to and from and sanitizing the area where the president's going to be. That's why the watch party has been dropped off. That's why they're encouraging folks to come at least 2 hours ahead of time, because they're going to have a lockdown for his arrival, lockdown for his departure, and then they're going to have their own concentric rings of security around the owner's box for the entire event, or at least as long as the president goes.
Yeah, we've seen videos and photos of security fencing essentially outside Madison Square Garden. How does something like that help keep the inside of that perimeter safe as well?
Yeah, and so you have the external ring of security, which is most people are coming in, ticketed guests, that type of thing. They're going to have their own separate screening and entrances. Rest assured, the presidential party will come through a different way. The security will be extremely tight and several layers of credentialing there. And pinning, as they call it, very similar to something I have on my lapel, lets the Secret Service know and the venue officials know who is what and who's responsible to go where.
Now, as you mentioned, there are already security protocols in place. There's already security that on a normal night, fans would be going through to get into this game or any event at Madison Square Garden. So how is this essentially makes it more like going through airport security, TSA? What is the difference that folks would notice from a normal, ordinary screening walking into a facility and something like they'll see tonight?
Well, first and foremost, it's probably going to be more deliberate. by the event officials, and it's going to take a little bit more time. That's number one. Number two, if they find a potential anomaly, either with the metal detector or weapons detectors, the protocols for that are going to be quite strict and very quick. Getting them away from that particular situation. And then number three, anything like suspicious packages, suspicious vehicles, all those things are going to be swept or removed and absolutely cleared ahead of time. So that's why now is not the time for people to be foolish or have a couple of cold ones and give security a hard time. Now's the time just to follow through, follow instructions, and get into your seat and enjoy the game.
And now the president is expected to watch from Knicks owner James Dolan's private suite. I would imagine that makes security a little bit easier as well, as opposed to if he were going to be sitting courtside, say.
Yeah, that would be given his threat profile these days, that would probably not even be possible or a good option. This is a great way to go. There's going to be a specific route to get to the owner's box, a specific route to leave. They're going to have primary and secondary routing. They're going to make sure before any time he and his party moves that it's clear. You've got vehicles in place. So there's a lot that normally goes on with a presidential visit, particularly when you're visiting otherwise a public event, which makes it more challenging for sure.
Yeah, and it's going to be a packed house as well. What is movement going to be like inside the facility? I know you had talked about how outside things that we would see when the president is arriving, when he's leaving, things like that. Is there going to be a different kind of flow of fans inside that arena when the president is moving around inside as well? What would you expect to see?
Yeah, I would expect that they're going to be much more greatly restricted of pedestrian traffic. And they're going to pay a lot more attention to that. There's no going to be wandering all the way around the garden. There's going to be a distinct area where you come in, you come out. Still be plenty of room to do your thing and get concessions, but there should be no wandering outside of that area, because you're going to find yourself with Secret Service and state and local law enforcement protecting that area. And given what we've been through the past month and a half, they're going to take this extremely seriously, even more than before, and there's going to be no tolerance for any anomalies.
The watch party outside that has been canceled, that has been getting some pushback from folks. I know you said earlier that was the right decision given the security of things. Why would that not be advisable for that to have continued forward directly outside the arena, given the president's attendance inside?
Yeah, so if there is screening for that outer perimeter, it's going to be much different than it would be normally. You've got an uncontrolled crowd that you may or may not be able to control. They're going to do name checks pretty much of everybody, staff and otherwise, that are working the arena, and any suspicious persons, protective intelligence operations, seen and unseen. So you don't want a large crowd outside that you can't control. This is all about control and reacting to potential situations.
Now, so major steps in place, a lot of kind of logistics is the word I'm looking for to be worked through with something like this. Dave, what is the takeaway here, the bottom line, when we leading up to the president's appearance at this game tonight?
Well, as I said before, venues like the Garden are used to this, maybe not this specific level with this little notice, but they have a plan in place. They're gonna have their own folks responding to that. Local law enforcement, state law enforcement, Secret Service have their own protective umbrella, as they call it, and things are going to shut down or freeze until they're satisfied that they can safely move their principal, who's the president of the United States. So every step they go, if they don't like what they see, if they think there's something suspicious, they'll shut that down or freeze it, what we call like a ramp freeze or a route freeze, until they get the go-ahead. The good news is, inside, once he gets them inside the owner's box, that in itself is probably a good secure location. You can lock it down. But it's the transit to and from that's always the biggest challenge in protective operations. I did it for over 40 years, and your heart is always a little bit in your throat when you're moving your principal, particularly in a public venue.
I would imagine, though, given the previous assassination attempts and other security issues, that the Secret Service won't hesitate to do some of those freezes and take some of those steps, halt things until they feel safe, given some of those past issues.
Yeah, they will. And they're not going to hesitate. And sometimes they can appear to be quite strict or draconian. But I can assure you there's a reason for all of that. It's all about controlling the environment as much as you can. The less you can control, the more concerned we are in this business. So it's impossible to completely control a venue like Madison Square Garden, but you can rest assured there's going to be pockets or portions of it that are locked down. You're probably not going to have a walk around of the president walking around amongst the crowd. At least he may want to. The Secret Service won't want to see that happen. And any movement at all is going to be coordinated in advance and a decision made before it's a go.
Last thing here, Dave, and before I let you go, I appreciate your time here, but I am curious about we know how Secret Service is always watching people, at events where the president may be, and I'm just curious how what challenge there might be, or what they might be kind of looking for when you are watching a crowd that, unlike some of the many of the events that we see the president attend, which it's people watching him. Watching him speak, watching him, whatever the case may be. This is an event where their folks' attention is directed elsewhere. Does that provide any additional challenges for Secret Service, who are trying to, keep their eyes on anyone who may be, acting suspiciously?
Yeah, so the precepts that we go by, and I did it with the Diplomatic Security Service and the State Department as well, is there any advance notice of potential threats inappropriate? And it also goes to demonstrations, political commentary. All those things come into that because they can do harm in different ways to your protectee. So that's number one. Number two, you're constantly looking for what or who doesn't belong. That briefcase that wasn't there before that's there now. This individual that appears suspicious and is paying more attention to what's happening to the Secret Service than what's happening at the game, other than an ordinary fan. And then being able to quickly respond and come up with an evacuation strategy should the need arise. So it really is that three-legged stool, if you will. What do you know could happen? How do we respond if something does happen? And what just doesn't look right in a venue like this?
Well, security expert and consultant Dave Benson, we always appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much for sharing that with us here on the Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now on the Egan Drive, where you can see detectives on the scene there. One of them carrying a bag that appears to maybe have some sort of evidence inside. Crime scene tape blocking the street and some homes there. This is the scene where investigators have been scouring and searching, looking for the gunman who is wanted in a shooting this morning at a bus stop. A 70-year-old woman, we have learned, in critical condition, taken to the hospital after being shot at a bus stop. You see multiple vehicles on the scene there. One, a cruiser with their lights and siren, or excuse me, with their lights on, not their sirens, but with their lights on. That van that you see there, where a number of detectives are standing outside. That's the crime scene investigations forensics van there on the scene as well. And for those who don't know, Egan Drive, where this investigation is underway right now, it's off of South Goldenrod in Azalea Park, not far from Lake Underhill Road and the 408 interchange there. And so this happened around 9 o'clock at that bus stop. You see the covering over top of that bus stop where folks would be waiting to get on the Lynx bus, and again around 9 o'clock, the woman in her 70s was found. They don't know who the suspect is. We haven't gotten any sort of description or anything at this point, but we have been told that detectives are still actively investigating. You can see several of them in this area. I would imagine they have gone canvassing some of the homes in the area for video, for information, for anything that people who live in that area might have seen this morning when that shooting happened. And so again, we are continuing to follow up on this. This is a live look right now, Egan Drive, where this took place, and no word on whether the suspect may have taken off on foot or in a vehicle. We don't have any sort of description of the suspect or of a vehicle. So we're working on learning some more information. We will get that to you as we get it, but just wanted to give you this live look at the scene and let you know where things stand as we approach the noon hour. Right now, we are going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday morning. We're just a few days away from the 10th anniversary of the Pulse nightclub shooting, where 49 people were shot and killed, dozens of others injured, and really a permanent scar left on so many in our Central Florida community here. We are beginning to see more progress when it comes to a permanent memorial. We've been getting some updates from the designers as they've been working through the process. We know it was just a couple of months ago that the building was taken down, the old nightclub building, to make way for this permanent memorial that will be built on that Pulse site. And so earlier today in a city council workshop, we got an update on where things stand right now with the Pulse nightclub memorial, with the design, with the future construction, and all of that. So I want to play that for you. As we heard from Mayor Dyer and some other officials during this presentation, giving us a look at where things stand right now.
Commissioners, we have two workshops today. We're going to begin with a workshop on the Pulse Memorial. Friday is going to mark 10 years since the Pulse tragedy. A decade has passed since the lives of 49 people were taken and countless others forever impacted. We're continuing to send love and hope to the victims' families and survivors, first responders and medical professionals, and all those impacted. And I'm proud that we continue to honor the 49 in many different ways that we'll mark this week. But one of them is the creation of a permanent memorial. And obviously you know that we purchased the site a couple of years ago and have begun that process. And Heather is going to update us on that.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer, and good morning, commissioners. We're going to do a brief update on the Pulse Memorial. Is it on yet? Is it on there? Okay. To hit first. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Before we get started, I would like to start. Okay, maybe not. Oh, here, let me try the clicker. I would like to start by taking a moment of silence to remember the 49 angels. Commissioners, I'd like to note that the names on this slide is an effort of an undertaking as part of the memorial process. For the first time in the 10 years since the city team took it over, we have made contact with all 49 next of kin to be able to confirm how they each want their angels' names spelled and if they have a preferred nickname that they would prefer to have used. And we have also asked them for a preferred photo of their choice, and over half of them have provided those to us. And so those photos will be used as part of the remembrance ceremony on Friday. And so there were some corrections to some names or some hyphenations or things like that. And so we're very proud of the city's team, the neighborhood's team, and our staff at Greenwood Cemetery who helped to outreach to all 49 of the next of kin to help achieve that. And they're staying in contact with them throughout the memorial process to keep them updated and to continue to get additional information from them. So a little reminder of how we got here, because we do have 2 new commissioners since we've started this process. But in October of 2023, the city purchased the Pulse site with plans to build a permanent memorial. That was after hearing from family members who are concerned that the foundation was no longer planning to build the memorial on the Pulse site. In April of 2024, we began the memorial engagement process, and that was really selecting a Pulse Memorial Advisory Committee, which we selected 18 people out of the 150 that applied to be on the committee. Almost all of them had a connection to Pulse, whether that was being an actual survivor, a family member of a victim, or they worked there, attended there. The one had some design expertise that we thought was important to the process. So they held their first meeting in July and had meetings throughout the remainder of the year. 1 or 2 was canceled because of hurricanes. Since we live in Florida, that's always something that we have to deal with. And so in February of 2025 was the last time that I was here at council, and we presented the conceptual design that the advisory committee had created. After that time, we went out for a design build RFP. and selected Gomez and Borelli and Partners as the city's design and construction partners. And then in September of 2025, council approved that agreement, and we began the design work. As part of that design, we also began working on the building, and we removed several of the artifacts that were left within the building, things like disco balls and chandeliers and posters, things that could help tell the story of what Pulse was before we took the building down. And then in March, was it March? Yeah, in March, we actually took the building down and had our 30% design public meeting. We committed throughout the process to have 2 public meetings at the 30% and then at the 60%. We did the 60% design meeting just last month in May, and we plan to commence construction in September. And so with that, I will introduce the design team to talk more detail. George Borelli.
Thank you, Heather. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. It's an honor to be here, and thank you. It's truly an honor to have been selected for this long-awaited, important project. My name is Jorge Borelli. I'm the Principal President in charge of Borelli and Partners Architects. With me here today is Steve Gomez. Steve Careau with Gomez Construction. They are our construction, our build partner. Dan Turbovich is a senior project manager and senior associate with our firm. He's the architect leading this team of 1,000. A lot of firms, you know, I won't go into every one, but 2 other key people on our team are out in New York. They're our exhibition and media design team. They are helping with the interpretive message for this memorial, and that is local projects, and they're represented by Nico Guillon and Amanda White. So this concept began with the committee, and the committee developed a Pulse Memorial mission. Their concept echoed and reflected that mission, which you see in this document that was developed, and this is what the city used for the RFP, and it was called the Design Control Document. And you'll see the elements in the lower right-hand corner that include the memorial, the healing garden, the memorial plaza, the survivors common, the angel ellipse, the private gathering area, and the visitor pavilion. And we took this concept and we're bringing it to reality now in the design build process. This is our 60% complete presentation, and we're on track to meet the deadline and get the memorial started for construction in September. More on that later in the presentation. So here's our current progress on the 60%. You can see all the elements are still represented with the Prism Tower Plaza on Orange and Esther Street. You see the large ellipse in the foreground of this picture, and those will be honoring the 49 angels. Dan will touch a little bit more on that in a second. The visitor pavilion, you'll see kind of tucked into the existing trees to the left, to the west side of the image, and then to the probably north corner is peeking out of the existing trees. A tree line is the visitor pavilion, and in the central you'll have the Memorial Plaza, fountain, reflecting pool, and obelisk. And Dan's going to jump into some more of the details of each of these elements so you can understand some of the design interpretation. Dan?
Thanks, George. What we're looking at here is a view from Esther Street into the memorial proper itself. What was important to the design team was the degree of transparency, views, ventilation, and natural Florida sunshine. But you also have an element symbolically looking back in time from this perspective. You're outside of the event in the tragic area, which will be defined by the memorial proper itself. And the ellipse itself is an important element that radiates and pulses from the actual generation of that tragic site. And I'll go into a little bit more detail on some of that, but we wanted to be able to sit down and showcase the visual appearance and the visual process that a typical visitor will actually experience, and particularly survivors and those of the family members. This is a view of the inner ring of the angel ellipse. What you'll see, it encompasses the entire site and the memorial area proper itself, just to the right. The signal element to a lot of this is that this is an area where family members and visitors can come to visit a particular angel. You'll note that there are nameplates as well as national identity flags associated with that, as well as an alcove for actual gathering of individuals individuals, family members, away from the main line of traffic throughout the site. The pillars themselves are color-coded. They are color-coded based on the entire range of the rainbow spectrum, circulating the site. And then if you notice subtly in the upper two panels is a photo interpretive cutouts of a ripple of the panelings themselves. The importance here is we wanted to showcase the notion of layering in depth of color, presence, as well as that notion of a memory ripple going throughout time, and reinforce the notion of the ellipse doing just that. You'll see that in the hardscapes as well. This area here is within the private gathering area. It's located outside of the ellipse line, looking directly towards that back wall, which is actually the survivor's wall. It's an important area for us to identify those areas where you can have a sense of healing, a sense of retrospection beyond the tragedy itself. We have specifically, we're looking at investigating a series of quotes, specifically would be original to that. But the interior of the private gathering, this is an area in which along the bench seating, just along that back area, that granite space, those are actual capsules for personal effects of the 49 angels. And so in a very symbolic way, this is the area in which you can come to be surrounded by those angels. It's a very solemn place. It's supposed to be introspective, contemplative. It's there to also promote healing, because much of this tragedy occurred not only of the night of the event, but was prolonged with the lack of healing and the suffering and the trauma that resonated throughout our community. And we wanted to make sure that we provided a space where people can reflect and have a chance to heal. And that was a very important concept as we took on the documentation from the design control documents, is we wanted to provide those opportunities inherent with the design beyond physical elements, which I'll talk about in a minute. This is part of the Survivors Common, again, outside of the Memorial Plaza itself. It's an area for light gathering, contemplative nature, to be in touch with natural elements, sunshine, and the environment. But in particular, we have a symbolic architectural reference of a tree for that. Of particular note, we're looking at utilizing an olive tree for all the symbolic elements for that the olive tree represents. Longevity, resilience, forgiveness, peace, solitude, as well as being just a magnificent specimen. So we are looking at an age tree that is well developed for this particular area, and it's a fairly open common ground for people to gather, kind of sit, contemplate, but it provides an opportunity to detach yourself from a lot of the triggering events of the memorials themselves. Memorials themselves are not a passive element. They're an active engagement, and sometimes you have to provide for that relief, otherwise it becomes overly done. And we wanted to make sure that this memorial place was peaceful, respectful, and contemplative in nature, and we have to balance that with the elements of remembrance as well and the active engagement. This is actually several components all at once. This is the Memorial Plaza. The most specific element that I'd like to highlight is the perimeter of the Memorial Plaza itself. It actually outlines the original nightclub. And it's done with rainbow banding. You can see a touch of it underneath the reflecting pool, but that colorization will actually go along the entire perimeter of the actual memorial itself, which actually encompasses the original building and the tragedy site. The reflecting pool, while having kind of artistic impressions of dance and movement and memory, and that memory ripple, again, is location symbolically within the public gathering areas of the original building itself. So much of the community was gathered within that specific area. We wanted to make sure that we were representing that component very directly. It's bookend onto the right with a water feature with quotes in both English and Spanish for those who wanted to dance by our Daniel Foster, as well as the Pulse Heartbeat logo. What you'll see below that is a listing of all the angels' names. It is here that they're actually represented together as a group within that pulse site, whereas on the angel ellipse, they're actually represented individually. So inside the perimeter of the site, they're collective, outside they're individual. In the very background, we have what we call the obelisk, and that is the site of the SWAT breach wall that was the termination of the event. For many survivors, it is a point of terror that they do not wish to remember. Others, it is a point of salvation that their life began anew. We know memorials are active engagement sites. This is probably one of the most challenging areas that we had to kind of develop and look at. We do it very straightforward with a very stark feature, a very massive feature with the concrete, as well as representational of the anniversary date itself to acknowledge it. And then just to the right as you would pass by, that's the survivor's wall. That's that location I called attention to earlier. This is the... I'll go back to it. George wanted me to point out one of the challenges that we had was not just elemental. It's not physical features. It is human nature and human psychology to get attached to things and places that are not normal. They're not people, things you don't normally have a relationship with. It's the difference between what makes a house and a home different. For this particular site, the community on the whole, many members of our design team as well as the community have direct connections to this facility, our experiences, and it became a psychic warehouse of our memories and experiences during that time period. The removal of that can be immensely traumatizing, and that was a major obstacle and challenge that the DCD team had to overcome and kind of get agreement to by the family members. And we heard the city struggle with this. We saw how challenged this became, and we took a moment to pause to sit down and say, how do we address that? We know we need to move forward. We know we need to move past it, but how do we acknowledge this emotional connection we have with space? And our approach was to actually salvage much of the elements as we could from the facility, so that an area of the dance floor of the original Pulse nightclub will be salvaged. And by dance floor, I mean the concrete section, and will be placed and interred beneath the actual dance floor, tying that moment and place symbolically to that area, so it's reused and gives life to it. Likewise, the breach wall itself has been salvaged in whole. And what we will be doing is, instead of putting that on display, because it is stark, it is incredibly striking. And while evocative, it was too much. We wanted to make sure that we were taking a kinder, gentler approach to this trauma and reflect that. And that was part of the balancing act. So we'll be interring part of that, the breach wall itself in whole, at the location of the obelisk. So we're bringing those two elements together. Likewise, we're taking much of the concrete of the existing facility and we're salvaging that, and we're going to be utilizing it in part, not so much in the concrete mix. I don't want any confusion that we're mixing it in with the concrete, but we'll be adding it as elements to the concrete everywhere we have concrete or aggregate, and we're going to be distributing that throughout the entire site, so that the building itself, while removed, is reinterpreted back into the living embodiment in this entire memorial. And that is something you're not going to see. We know it's there. And with speaking with the family members and survivors, we think this is able to transcend that loss and allows them to kind of let go, move forward, knowing, as quote direct as I was told by an individual, they will always have a place to stay. My daughter will always have a place, and she can always be here. And so immensely moving. It was a very difficult decision, but not one you would see in renderings or boards. This is the southeast corner. This is the Prism Tower Plaza area. It's a kind of a very communicative element to the Orange Avenue approach. We know that this is a signal component of it. We wanted to be able to have an element, a marquee element, as well as referential, the original Pulse logo as part of a glowing element. One of the important elements of the Pulse Memorial design is the fact that it's also a day and nighttime facility. So this entire column piece will be illuminated at night, as well as much of the remainder of the memorial itself. This is north view from Cayley Street, looking at the visitor pavilion itself. Like what I said earlier, we wanted to have a strong day and nighttime connection to the facility. This is a 24-hour operational area. And what you're seeing in the corner there is very directly the original Pulse sign. We intend to have the sign not only showcased as a living artifact, but actually renewed. And so at night, that sign will be re-illuminated. And so we're incorporating kind of the elements of zoning and planning and public face with this element of being able to see and experience the facility even after its closure. The other strong element that we kind of are interpreting is the rainbow color panel screening, and while everybody can see the coloring, the intent is that we wanted to make a space that was inclusive, safe, and comfortable. And the language that was being used to describe it is that people often feel they want to be held and embraced. So in a very literal interpretation, those screens, the arms, actually do wrap around and kind of embrace the entire pavilion itself, the visitor pavilion. And that was very intentional. This is more the public face, facing the actual exhibit or the memorial proper itself. And what we wanted to do was have a transparency between interior and exterior, again, so that when you visit the site after hours, you're able to look into and see the vast majority of the visitor pavilion as well. The curved wall itself is a specific memorial feature. It's there to actually give acknowledgement to why we're here, why the memorial, what was the purpose of the memorial, and to be a message of hope. As you enter the facility itself, the first major public experience zone is going to be the simple timeline. And it is intentionally simplistic. The language is text only. There's no images associated with this, and it's narrative in journalistic prose. So it's very factual based, very subdued, with very limited but pointed emotional language. And so it allows the experience to understand, to walk past and through the events of that evening. And it reads from right to left as you go towards the actual exhibit. And it's situated in a way in which if this was too evocative to individuals, they could bypass it without it interrupting the flow. It's not an absolute essential, but it's presented there, and it serves as a narrative standing for the actual facility itself. In the distance, you get a glimpse of what you'll see. Obviously, coming from another area outside, you'd be able to see it, but you do see the major elements linearly going through the facility itself. So there's an artistic datum line going through the center of the facility. This is an alcove. It's a very prominent one just behind the radial curve of the exhibitory. This is the chance to actually give visitors an idea of what Pulse was like before the tragedy itself. Historical framing, there's some very light quotations. There's obviously, this is the artifact collection zones between the posters, the entry doors, the grand chandelier, which we understand would have originally had been purchased from the Grand Moulin Rouge in Paris, France, and brought over specifically. So there's a lot of prosceniums. That's a central major element. It is a massive chandelier, as well as other figurative elements in interpretive form. So we have some of the textured walls that we had in the VA, please. And again, you did not have to actually visit Pulse nightclub to get a very good sense of what Pulse nightclub was like, and how colorful and vibrant and larger than life that it was. The main visitor experience is centered upon a radius in which the oversized disco ball rotates. The intention here was to play with light, the notion of what a nightclub was, and in particular how oversized in our minds and memories this nightclub actually was for what it served in the community. It also creates a experience in which the visitor is bathed in this light and experience as it gently rotates around that room. You know, we all have a sense of what a disco ball light is, but it's a unique way to bring the idea of solemn remembrance, but a transcendental element in space and time. Within this area, on the left is essentially the global and international response to the Pulse event and how the world stepped up and showed they cared and were in solidarity. There's a single line of text that kind of describes some of that in narrative form. On the right is the Orlando response. And its centered quote is, right now we're looking for Mayor Dyer's quote during that time period, because it was characteristic of the Orlando experience, being Orlando strong, and how we came together. And it set the tone so well for the time period that we felt it still resonated in a classic, timeless manner that still rang true today. So we're utilizing that with a host of imageries associated with that we're still going through the curative process. This is the kind of the culminating element, and this is where we host the 49 Angels. This is the area in which visitors are able to come in contact very directly with the Angels individually in fairly large in size and format, as well as having family members and loved ones come back and specifically remember their Angels as well. It's reserved intentionally. We did not want competing images. It was a desired effect to put more emphasis on the individuals and their absence and what's not there, and that stripping of life. While it's a visitor center and somewhat of a artistic impression of these events, we wanted it to be an area for gathering rather than a holistic approach to museum programming and design. And we wanted to make sure that we had the images of each of them by each of the 49 family members, as Heather recently said, that all 49 at this point have responded in providing imagery and contacts and names. And so we're seeing the progression on that as well. But again, this is the kind of the culminating feature of when you actually get to see the actual Angels themselves. Next steps coming up are kind of very historical amounts. Most of these we've already completed. The whole site has been kind of cleared. The building's been removed and cleaning. We've hit our mark for the 30-60% design schedules, which are very accelerated. And then we have commencement of construction starting in September 26th. Another way of saying that is we're going to permitting in mid-July. So literally in 30, 45 days, we are bringing this to actual permitting process. And we'll be moving forward. And we anticipate the completion date to be in the third quarter of 2027. We have every expectation we'll be able to achieve that.
So as we close that out, Commissioners, to note that city staff have played a significant role in the development from EDV, Richard Forbes, Doug Metzger, Tim Johnson, Marty Hudson, and Donna in our office. They were part of the initial Pulse Memorial Advisory Committee and have continued supporting the effort throughout the time, including, I should mention, Jay Hood with Catalyst. He volunteered his services to create the conceptual design with Wayne and Baker Barrios, and he continues to be a connection point to make sure, as we have to make changes to the conceptual design to make it actually constructible, that the intention of the committee is still throughout that design. And then, of course, Christy, who's been leading as our construction project manager, and our facilities team has been extraordinary throughout this process, carefully removing the items, making sure they're packaged well so they can be restored again. And they were also very supportive throughout the site visits to make sure that the building was secure and safe for people to go through. So as we close out the memorial this week, we have started the 10-year remembrance events. Yesterday, Commissioner Sheehan, or not yesterday, Saturday, Commissioner Sheehan, Commissioner Chapin, and Commissioner Ortiz. I don't know who was the fastest, but they were all at our community rainbow run. Or who actually finished. I'm curious if everybody finished. Oh, okay. But that we had more than 2,000 people come out for that run on Saturday, including there was 15 sponsors who helped make this event possible, including Orlando Health, who's been the presenting sponsor, and Hard Rock, who has consistently supported this event with the Love is Love Lounge inside of City Hall. We had approximately 50 families and survivors participate and more than 100 first responders. The Rainbow Run was created at the first year mark by students at UCF as a way to honor the 49 Angels, and so that is one element that the city has continued on when we took over the memorial process. Also this year, the prayer ribbons that have been out there every year will be in front of City Hall as well this week. And then we've added a new opportunity for reflection. The Created in Community Portraits of Pulse art exhibit will be installed on the first floor art gallery starting tomorrow. This exhibit features 49 they're paint by number works that were done by family members immediately after the tragedy, and so those will be redisplayed for the first time in many years in partnership with the History Center. And then our Pulse Remembrance ceremony will be Friday at 5:30 at the First United Methodist Church. And we've expanded it this year in honor of the 10-year. There will be some additional cultural performances. The Orlando Gay Choir will be there as usual. Our poet laureate Kamara is doing a special poem that she has written for the occasion. There will be a candle lighting ceremony as we read the 49 names. And then our angels, the Angel Action Network that were there in multiple places right after will actually be part of the ceremony as well. And so with that, I guess here's the slide with all of those events in case you're interested. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, team. Very well done. Commissioner Sheehan.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone who's been a part of this. I know this was a very sacred and important, role that all of you took, and I appreciate the sensitivity and the way that you approached it, and the way that because it's not always easy dealing with people who are dealing with grief. It's a very difficult process. Everyone processes grief differently, and some people process grief with anger. And I understand that it was a difficult process to go through, but I think that with the way that you took all of that and have put it together, and I have to also thank the city employees who have been a part of this since day one, who I've been so proud of. Many left their desks to assist the families and worked at Camping World, and this has just been a city process, and actually from the beginning. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been a part of it. I really appreciate the fact that you dealt with the breach wall in a very sensitive way. It will still be there, but it won't be a macabre tourist attraction. That's what the concern was, that that it would be a weird, people died here, how are we going to handle that? I think you dealt with that in a very sensitive way. And and I love the olive tree. Wow, that's just a really beautiful touch. I just had a question about the portraits. I just wanted to make sure, Heather, they were all finished, because I was part of that process and we didn't finish them all. So are they now finished?
They are not, according to Flynn, they are not finished because they were intentionally not finished by some of the families.
Oh, okay.
And so they've been left in that condition. So
okay, well,
some are finished and some are not by the choice
as long as they're okay with that, because I know I did one for a family who asked me to paint it, but as long as they're okay with the process, again, I just want to make sure that if we're going to do the exhibit that we did it in a sensitive fashion. So thank you for that. And the run was lovely, and I love how it brings everyone together. And it's always touching is to see the hand lettered signs by children along the route, and that's what happened when that happened. I mean, when those streets were closed for almost a month, and the neighbors were very much inconvenienced, they embraced this, and their children put out hand lettered signs about love, which was really very, very inspirational. So again, I just want to thank everyone, and Mayor, I'm glad that we got out of it. Let the family, the politicians didn't need to do this. It needed to be a community thing, and I think it really shows that this was done in a way that really honors the families and involve them. So thank you.
Commissioner Burns.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Heather, and to the team. I just like to say that I appreciate the care and the intention and the trauma-informed approach that you all took to designing this memorial. My questions are more from a operational standpoint, and so I have three. I'll just drop. So one is the operational control and oversight. Who will have the operational control and oversight? But also the ongoing cost of the operations. Have we, looked at that and then determined where that comes from? And then the last one is just the availability of this memorial. Will it, can it be rented out for birthdays and things like that? And can it be activated, or will it just be? Will those activities be allowed? And then who will make those decisions of what types of events would be appropriate?
So most of the operational things we're still working through at a high level. We are making sure that the decisions we make in the design are low maintenance, and so that we're having minimal costs for ongoing operations. It's envisioned that it'll be, maybe part-time or minimally staffed. I think when the building or when the memorial opens, it'll need additional staffing and then probably pare down over time. So some of those we're still finalizing. We're kind of building the memorial as we go. So we're kind of finalizing some of those. As far as events, the idea is not to rent it out to the general public for types of events. However, that family gathering area that's on the side was created because families do have events there. So we know one family, they like to put up a Christmas tree every year for their angel. We know some like to come for birthday parties. So they'll be able to use that family gathering space for those types of activities. And then we can follow up with you as we continue working through all the operational elements. FJ is kind of leading that effort more on the operational side, and we'll keep you updated on all of those. But the idea is that this will be more passive and hopefully to keep operations minimal.
Yeah, and I think we also have to, because I imagine based on these renderings that it will be a beautiful memorial, and I'm thinking 10, 15, 20 years down the line, we want it to be as beautiful as it is on day one.
There's a lot of discussion that we have related to materials that are used, types of trees, so that how they, the leaves fall off of them, and the concern around some of those. And so we've spent a lot of time working through some of those details. I should also say, as far as the memorial being opened, it's envisioned that the outside space will be accessible 24/7, because we know, a lot of people go there at night, given that the shooting happened late at night. The visitor pavilion will have hours, more 9 to 5, something like that, where it will be closed in the evening, but the memorial will be open.
And as far as security, because I think that should be a big piece in ensuring that asset is protected, and individuals who attend there are protected.
Yes, and we've had OPD involved throughout, looking at SEPTED design principles and those kinds of things as well.
Okay.
So
thank you very much. Great job, team.
And that was the discussion earlier today at the Orlando City Council workshop, where we got an update on where things stand with that design process, got to look at the renderings of some of the latest elements that they are incorporating inside that visitors pavilion, and also some questions that were addressed. I do want to let you know there is also a 2 o'clock Orlando City Council meeting that is scheduled in about an hour and a half. A couple of items that we are keeping an eye on when that gets underway, including a potential moratorium on some of the requirements that are made for redevelopment and use of historic properties in downtown. And then also the council expected to discuss and vote on potentially raising parking rates downtown as well. So a couple of things we'll be watching there when Orlando City Council begins their meeting at 2 o'clock. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Florida CFO Blaise Ingoglia was in Jacksonville earlier today, where he announced the results of one of his FAFO audits. He's been in Jacksonville before. This is a follow-up visit now, where he talked about some of the differences from the first time around to now, and he actually said that he believes Jacksonville is now doing worse than it was when he made his first visit and looked at what he believes to be wasteful and excessive spending in that city. I want to play for you his news conference earlier today in Jacksonville, where he also shouts out Orlando, saying that they are good stewards of tax dollars. So you're going to hear that as well in this news conference from earlier today.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here today and taking time to stay engaged in your community. My name is Greg Ungrew. I have the privilege of serving as Director of Grassroots Operations for Americans for Prosperity. And every day, I get to see firsthand what happens when people step up, when people get involved, and when they take ownership of their community's futures. Today, what we're doing, this is a great example of that. I want to let you know that the FAFO method, the FAFO methodology, led by CFO Blaise Ingoglia, focuses on improving government efficiency through stronger taxpayer accountability, transparency, and fiscal responsibility. The approach identifies waste and unnecessary spending in local government while providing public dollars to support core services. FAFO promotes stronger oversight of taxpayer-funded entities and audits focused on operational efficiency and cost savings. The methodology here emphasizes accountability, requiring governments to justify spending. The calculation the CFO is going to talk about regarding spending is in step with inflation and population. It is sound, it is in line, and is appropriate. CFO Ingoglia brings a strong record of leadership and a clear commitment to protecting Florida's taxpayers. He is focused on fiscal responsibility, transparency, accountability, and making government work for the people it serves, not the other way around. I've been all around the state with him. I can tell you he listens, he engages, he meets people where they are, and he understands how good policy starts with real conversations. So please join me in welcoming Florida's Chief Financial Officer, Blaise Ingoglia.
Good morning, everyone. All right, before I get in trouble, can you guys pick me up okay in the back, or do I need to move this? Are we good? All right, awesome. Good morning. Thank you guys for being here. My name is Blaise Ingoglia. I'm the Chief Financial Officer here in the great state of Florida. Thank you, Greg and Americans for Prosperity, for being here and being a great partner on helping us lower people's property taxes here in Florida. We have some people with us here today. I just want to personally thank. I have school board member, where is she? April Carney in the back. Thank you for being here. And my friends in the legislature, Rep. Michael and Rep. Black. Thank you for standing up for the taxpayers and getting a very strong, aggressive property tax reform question on the ballot this November. Thank you for that. So if you thought I was going away, think again. I am here in the city of Jacksonville today talking about fiscal responsibility and the need for cutting back wasteful and excessive spending in an effort to make this state affordable, because we all know that there is an affordability issue here in the state. Now, for the people who have been tracking what I've been doing, I have been very deliberate in this. I have said that I was going to call balls and strikes. I said that if I saw a blue district run by Democrats, if they were overspending, overtaxing, and wasting your money, I was going to call them out. I also said that if there was a red district run by Republicans, I was going to do the same. I was going to call them out and say that you were overtaxing, overspending, and wasting tax dollars. So I have also said that if I find a blue district or a red district, regardless, and I think the city of Orlando is a good example of this. If there is a blue district out there that is doing well or doing better with better than before, that if they were doing better on being fiscally responsible and good stewards of your tax dollars, I was actually going to praise them. Which leads me to why I'm here today. So the question is, Jacksonville previously had $199 million in wasteful and excessive spending this year alone. And knowing that I'm going to praise people for doing a better job, the question is, did the city of Jacksonville do a better job in the 25-26 year? And the answer is, not even close. A lot worse. So let's get to this. From deep red Flagler County to deep Broward County, deep blue Broward County, we are holding local governments accountable for their reckless spending. So far, we have exposed more than $2.5 billion with a B in excessive, wasteful spending. That includes Orange County, which we had said previously wasted $190 million in the 25 fiscal year, to an event that we did last week, and we announced $300 million of excessive spending. It went up again. The city of Orlando wasted $22 million. The city of Orlando is a pretty good steward of tax dollars, but there was still a bunch of waste, $22 million on a percentage, nowhere near places like the city of Jacksonville, Palm Beach, stuff like that. Hillsborough County wasted $278 million. Broward County, $189 million. We went over Jacksonville, $199 million. Manatee County, Deep Red Manatee County, $112 million. Miami-Dade County, $302 million. City of Miami, $94. Nassau County, $53. Alachua County, $84 million. Seminole County, $48 million. City of Fort Pierce, $10 million. City of St. Petersburg, $49 million. Citrus County, Deep Red Citrus County, $39 million. Deep Red Flagler County, $59 million. St. Lucie County, $46 million, and the worst on a dollar basis so far, Palm Beach County wasted and excessively spent $344 million of your taxpayer dollars in the 24-25 budget season. Affordability is a very big issue here for Floridians, and property taxes is key and a big part of making things more affordable here in the state of Florida. The fact of the matter is that government is taking your tax dollars and spending it like drunken sailors. There's no other way to say that. They have gotten a property tax windfall. They see this big pot of money. They never thought about actually giving it back to you, the taxpayers. All they did was continue to spend and continue to spend, double down, hire people, add programs, expand programs. And the taxpayers have been footing the bill for the better part of 6 years ever since COVID. And when government spends needlessly, it creates problems for our families, our businesses, especially our small businesses. It is unfortunate to say that the city of Jacksonville and the leadership in Jacksonville has not heeded the warning from the taxpayers. If you're on social media like I am, I monitor all the comments and see what people are saying, especially about property taxes, especially about the issues with property tax reform. Almost all of them, on like 90% of them, saying that property taxes are too high, we need to cut property taxes, even under what we would consider a more left-leaning or left of center or liberal, if you want, publication. When they're posting things on social media, they're just getting excoriated for the amount of spending. Well, Jacksonville has been tone deaf. They have not heeded the warning. In fact, they double down on wasteful and excessive spending. Local government, here's the key. Local government is growing faster than taxpayers' ability to pay for it. And that is the problem. It should be obvious now, after doing this exercise and continue doing this exercise over the course of 10 years, shining the light of how much property taxes have risen, how much local budgets have grown, that they're not going to cut. They're just, because if they truly cared about the taxpayers, they would have scaled back on some of this spending and offered property tax relief to the to Floridians in those jurisdictions. So it should be obvious now that local government will not stop growing and not stop spending recklessly upon without being acted upon by the taxpayers. And that's why this November's constitutional amendment that is on the ballot is so very important. So you can't complain. You can't continue to raise people's taxes. You cannot continue to raise people's costs of living and then at the same time complain about affordability, because that's what a lot of these politicians are doing. They're saying on one side of their mouth, hey, we have an affordability issue, and then on the other side of their mouth, they're saying that they don't want to cut property taxes. You cannot have it both ways. You know, that does not make you someone who cares about your constituents. I'm sorry, it makes you a hypocrite. So we applied the same methodology that we did before in Jacksonville to the current 25-26 budget, and same thing that we did last time. And last time we exposed excessive and wasteful spending of $199 million in the 24-25 budget. So we're going to go over the methodology so everyone is clear on this. This way your local elected leaders can't hit the airways and ask my good friend Jake, you know, we haven't seen any of this methodology. We don't understand what we're doing. We're going to make it very clear and very obvious how we're doing it here. So what we do is we go back and we want to find out how much the budget should reasonably be today and compared it to what it was. So basically what we do is we start off with the 2019-20 budget, and then we index it every year for inflation and population to find out what the budget should reasonably be, and then we compare it to what it actually is, okay? So when we're talking about reasonably be, that means we are accounting for hiring more fire, hiring more police, the increased cost of things, right, giving employees raises, because that is all important in running an organization, especially a large organization of government. What your government has been doing, especially here, is blowing past that number, taking in all this extra money and expanding government. The first thing that it does is it starts with the present, the pretense that government should never, ever grow faster than inflation and population. Again, because if it does, then you are outstripping the taxpayer's ability to pay for it. Now, some people also say that the methodology that we use doesn't make any sense. It does make sense. They just don't want to admit that it makes sense. These are the same method. There's the same methodology that states like Colorado and Utah use in order to keep government small, accountable, and more importantly, fiscally responsible. Okay, so right here on our board, again, this is the FAFO methodology that I speak of. This is the one that they're trying to debunk. You can't debunk it because it makes sense. It's base budget plus inflation plus population equals acceptable budget growth. Again, starting off with the base budget, grow it forward to what it reasonably be, and then compare it to what it actually is. Now, this is Jacksonville specific right here. This is the city of Jacksonville. This is the actual numbers, the actual methodology, and the actual calculation, because this is important, okay? We take the 2019-2020 budget and we index it forward for inflation and population, again, to find out what it should reasonably be. City of Jacksonville, through 6 years, 2019-2020 forward to today's budget, 25-26, had 25.5% inflation, CPI, plus 10.49 population growth. So, for the city of Jacksonville, 25.5 inflation, 10.49, 10.5 for population growth. And in addition to that, we actually give large budgets an additional buffer. So if budgets go over $2 billion, we give them a 5% buffer. Now, the interesting thing about that, so just so everyone understands, start off with the base. Jake, you getting this? You understand it? All right, good. You're my test case. I just want to make sure. You have You start off with the base budget, you're adding 25% inflation, 10.49 population, and we're adding an additional 5% on top of an inflation and population, sort of like giving the government a little bit extra room in order to maneuver before we calculate excessive and wasteful spending. Now, so everyone understands, 5% in that budget is almost $69 million. I want everyone to understand this because this is important when you put this all in context. Not only did we index for inflation and population in Jacksonville's budget, we actually added a $69 million buffer on top of it. We didn't have to do that because we start off with the premise that government should never grow faster than inflation and population, which we hold to be true. But we know when governments grow, and especially when they get larger, there are going to be more and more inefficiencies. It is a tale as long as time, government, when it grows, it becomes less efficient and it spends more of your money wastefully. We get that. So we actually gave them a $69 million buffer on top of that. So when you do that and you put all of that in, what we find out is that the budget still went up 61% over and above, over 61% from the previous budget. That is a very large number, which means the new and I would say unimproved wasteful and excessive spending number for just 1 year in the city of Jacksonville in the 25-26 number. Remember, it went $199 million. Unfortunately, it grew. They did not heed the warnings. They continue to double down on a wasteful and excessive spending habits. The new number is $275.7 million. So to be clear, this is the amount of money over and above inflation and population growth and an additional $69 million on top of it. And they still went over that $275+ million.
CFO Blaise Ngoglia speaking at a news conference earlier today in Jacksonville. You just heard the numbers there. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus before we get you back to that news conference, so keep it right here.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now at Capitol Hill, where in just a little bit, the House Rules Committee, going to be holding a hearing and debating the Secure America Act. That is a bill that would, it's essentially a funding package for Customs and Border Patrol and Immigrations and Custom Enforcement. The Senate passed it on Friday, and it now heads to the House. And so we'll listen into some of that coming up in just a little bit. Again, that committee hearing is scheduled to begin at 1 o'clock. Right now, though, I want to get you back to Jacksonville, where we heard from State CFO Blaise Ngolia at this news conference earlier today, outlining what he believes to be wasteful and excessive spending in the city of Jacksonville.
When we started calculating all of these, we had 24 and 25 at 199. We have 25, 26 number at 275. So it got us thinking, what if we went back to 2019, 2020, and we calculated all of the excessive spending, all of it over the 6 years? Because this would be a cumulative total of how much that they overtaxed and overspent. So a cumulative total over 6 years, over inflation, over population, and over the budget. And that number is pretty shocking. That number $623 million. This is the amount of tax dollars that local governments spent over and above inflation and population. They took all of this money and they spent it. A lot of it being spent on expanding government and useless programs that really do nothing. I would ask people, as you're driving around the city of Jacksonville, and the next time you hit a pothole, or the next time that your car rattles because you're driving on an uneven road, did your roads get fixed? Where are the water projects? Where are the infrastructure projects? Where is all that? This money is gone. I hate to say it, this money is gone. The city of Jacksonville wasted $623 million of your taxpayer dollars over the last 6 years. So let's continue to put the excessive and wasteful spending numbers. Now, let's go back to that $275 million that they wasted last year. Now, I think we have made the case here that that money should have never been collected, never been taxed. That money belongs back in the hands of the taxpayers. If they just cut out that $275 million of wasteful and excessive spending, we believe that the city of Jacksonville could cut their own budget by 1.49 mils. Again, all of the money that when we index for inflation and population is to keep up with growth. It is to keep up with increased costs. All of that money was extra over and above that. That money belongs in the pockets and the bank accounts of you, the taxpayers, not in the hands of a government bureaucrat and politicians who think that you are an endless ATM. Which means if you have a tax assessed value here in the city of Jacksonville and you have a home that is assessed at $300,000, just by cutting out the excess, you could save $447 a year. If you have a home that is assessed at $400,000, just by cutting out the excess, you can save almost $600 a year. And if you have a home assessed at $500,000, just cutting out the excess, you can save $744 a year. So I know those are large numbers, and there's a lot of numbers flowing around. I'm going to put this in context of just how bad the city of Jacksonville has become when it comes to wasteful and excessive spending. I'm going to put this in context. So, Jacksonville general fund budget was $1.3 billion to serve just under 1 million people. Now, since then, this was back in 2020. So in 2020, it was 1.3 serving 1 million people. Since then, the budget increased $840 million for an increase of only 99,000 people. Think about that. You had $1.3 billion in 2020 delivering services for 1 million people. The population went up about 100,000, but their budget went up $840 million. It doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to break it down and put it a little bit more in context. Again, population growth over the last 6 years, 90,600. For $840 million increase in budget, which means for every family of 4 moving in to the city of Jacksonville, your government spent an additional $33,743. How does that make any sense? Somebody ask Mayor Deegan, how does that make any sense? You know what? It doesn't make any sense. So when we're talking about affordabilities and things being unaffordable here in the state of Florida, Jacksonville government has become absolutely unaffordable for the taxpayers. So when did this excessive spending start? Now, remember, we go back to our FAFO calculations, and we index everything forward. So all of this is over 3 years. But here's the key, and this is what I want everyone to understand. So when we do this breakdown of how much that they spent every year for 6 years, and then we added up and we came up with the, what was it, $653 million, I think that was the number that we had come up with before. We're breaking it down by year. Almost all, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. All of the excessive and wasteful spending that has happened in the city of Jacksonville has happened over the last 3 years. That whole big number of $623 million all happened in the last 3 years. Now, remember, we were talking about the premise of government should never grow faster than inflation and population, right? Because it outstrips the ability of the taxpayers. The 3 previous years, government spent less than inflation and population. By a decent amount, they spent less. 18 million, 22 million, almost all, again, excuse me, all of the excessive wasteful spending has been done over the previous 3 years. I don't think that is a coincidence. I think it has just been some obnoxious spending because they quite frankly didn't care about the taxpayer. They just cared about growing government. Governments are wasting money left and right, crying poor and wanting more, and more. Your property taxes have been going up not because of essential services or the need for additional services or the increased costs or because you need more fire, more police. It's not because of that. It is because of the wasteful, excessive spending by career politicians and bureaucrats who think that you are an endless ATM. Now, here's some other stats for you. The Florida Association of Counties and the League of Cities put out some guidance of how much the city of Jacksonville would lose. I wouldn't say that they would lose. I would say that the taxpayers would gain. They would lose $277 million in revenue when the constitutional amendment kicks in 2 years, and they would have the $250,000 homestead exemption. That's the number, 277. We just found $275 million in excessive and wasteful spending. Again, to just shows you that the methodology works and the need to cut taxes. I do not want people to think of it as a tax cut as much as it is as a return to fiscal sanity. All we're doing is asking government to cut out the waste and the excess, because it is clear that government does not need all of that extra money to function. I want you to think about this also. By show of hands, we're going to poll the audience. By a show of hands here, how many have heard a politician over the last year complain about affordability? I know I have. How many have heard Democrats and Republicans alike complain about affordability? The legislature just put a very aggressive tax cut on the ballot to return local governments to fiscal sanity. Your representatives right here, Representative Black, Representative Michael. It's no talk. It's not lip service. They put something on the ballot to ensure that the taxpayers have an ability to go back to fiscal sanity. And the people who are coming out wholeheartedly against this, I want everyone to understand this. We are working hard to make things more affordable. Every single person that comes out against the proposition of reducing people's taxes, putting more money into the pockets of Floridians, are against making things affordable. I do not want to hear any politician in this state, any elected official, any candidate complain about affordability at the same time come out against the property tax cut to just cut out the wasteful and excessive spending. Just cut out the amount of taxes that you've been paying, not for the good of the services, not for hiring fire, not for hiring police, but to give bureaucrats and career politicians an endless checkbook, excuse me. Because that's what's actually doing. This stuff frustrates me. This stuff frustrates me. I cannot tell you how many times I have conversations with everyday Floridians, and they are bringing up the fact that their property taxes are making it harder to make ends meet here in the state of Florida. Everyone wants to move to the state of Florida. We need to make sure that we don't turn this place into New York, because that would be a travesty. I am going to bust my butt every day and make sure that we have some sanity when it comes to local governments, because it is clear that they don't care about the people. We care about the people. That's why we put that amendment on the ballot. So with that, more than happy to answer any questions from the press. What? Okay. Any questions, guys? Nothing? Only from the press. Only from the press. Well, I think we proved here today that all of the money that we have. So again, the calculations that they're coming up with is that when the $250,000 exemption becomes real, that they're going to lose around $277 million. Now that's 3 years from now, because you're going to vote on the. They're going to vote on the constitutional amendment. If it passes, then you're going to have the $150,000 go into effect in 27-28, and the other one is 28-29. So that there's a lag on that. So they have enough time. But our calculations show that they have the money for inflation and population. The 275 is over and above.
CFO Blaise Ngoglia speaking earlier today in Jacksonville. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we'll get you live to Orlando, where Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking right now. So keep it right here, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to Orlando, where Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking right now at an event at the Hyatt Regency, speaking during the Southern Baptist Convention annual meeting and pastors conference. This is a Danbury Institute event called Revive This Nation. Let's go ahead and listen in as Governor DeSantis speaks.
That have gone wrong, and how do we preserve the great things about this country? You know, the state of Florida is really leaning into America 250. There are probably some of these states in this country that don't want to even mention people like Washington and all that. In fact, I've gotten statues in counties that are named after founding fathers, and we've been putting them up. And they're a lot cheaper now because the blue states have been taking them down. So I got a buyer's market, and I got James Madison on discount and George Washington and all these different things. But we're really leaning into it as a state because we think it's something that serves as a great education experience for young people in particular, but also allows us to look and kind of do a gut check about where we are 250 years about that. And because the founding fathers have been on the mind, I think back to a debate that three of them had. It was Dr. Benjamin Rush, Thomas Jefferson, and Benjamin Franklin. And the debate they were having was, what was the world's oldest profession? And Benjamin Rush, being a physician, said, well, the world's oldest profession is the doctor, because Eve was cut out of Adam's rib, so you needed to have a doctor to be able to do that. Thomas Jefferson, who I think most of you know, designed Monticello and the University of Virginia, said, no, the world's oldest profession is the architect, because it was the architect that brought order out of all the chaos in the universe. And Benjamin Franklin said, no, that's definitely not right. The world's oldest profession is the politician. Who do you think created that chaos in the first place? And I can tell you, for all the success Florida has, and I'm proud of all the things we've led on and accomplished, and I'd put it up against anybody in the modern history of the country, I have had a little bit of help. I always tell people when they say, man, how'd you do this? How'd you do that? I say, well, you know, we did the right things, but I also have this wonderful cheat code as governor of Florida. All I have to do is look at New York, Illinois, California, and then do the exact opposite of what they're doing. And it works out very, very well. So Franklin, what he said, there was a lot of wisdom that. And it also reminds me of another vignette about Franklin. So the founders, they're in the Constitutional Convention, and you know, there's sometimes people try to say that the founders really weren't religious, that they were all deists or whatnot. I don't think that's true, but people will say that. And so there actually came a point in the Constitutional Convention where things were they were dire. Things were not going well. They didn't have agreement on core issues. It didn't seem like they were going to be able to agree on a product at all. And this was something that was really pressing because there was a lot of problems going on in the new nation at the time. And so it was really bad. So Franklin gets up one day and he says, excuse me, how did we get this far in the proceedings without appealing to the Father of Lights to illuminate our understanding? And so he called for a prayer. Now, a lot of people will look back and say, well, gee, yeah, I mean, the founders did obviously support prayer. Now, others will say, Franklin being a very, flamboyant guy, he had a lot of activity in France when he was over there as the ambassador, and he was a well-known deist. They say, listen, that just shows you how bad the convention was going. If even Franklin is praying, you know that they're really looking for answers. Now, I happen to think in what they did, I think it's very clear that they were appealing, not just appealing to a higher being, but ultimately being guided by God to do something really unique in the history of human affairs. And going back to 1776, the thing that I think is so remarkable, this was the most conservative revolution that has ever been done in all of human history. They were not revolting so that they can create some pie-in-the-sky utopia or or embrace some type of trendy ideology. They were revolting because they believed they were entitled to the rights of Englishmen. They wanted to be more English, not less English. They felt that they weren't being respected, that they were being taxed without being represented, and so they said, no, we are entitled to the rights of Englishmen. That's what led into the whole American Revolution and the break with Britain. So they get there in 1776, July, and this has been leading up for years. They believe they're entitled to these rights. But then when they decide to announce the break, this is a really momentous thing, because they have to articulate why you are doing this. Well, they're breaking because they felt their rights were violated, but where are these rights come from? What's the purpose of government? They had to answer those questions at the outset. And so what was the answer to their question about where our rights come from? Now, for most of human history, it was viewed as kings have rights. Some viewed God as endowing monarchs with power, and that the rights of the people were basically at the discretion of the government. So you may have some freedom here, maybe a little there, maybe they'll take some of this back, but none of it was yours as a matter of right. And that was the accepted understanding for centuries upon centuries until they convened in Philadelphia in 1776. And what the founders adopted in the Declaration of Independence turned all that history on its head. They said, we are endowed not by government, but by God with certain inalienable rights. And those rights are natural. Those rights pre-exist the establishment of any government. And the purpose of government is to protect the rights that God has already endowed us with. Very different from what had come before that. And so they knew what they had to do. They knew why they were doing it. They also had to say, okay, our rights come from God. Just as individuals, we have these freedoms. We'll create government to protect those rights. But what kind of government is that going to look like? They had to make a judgment about human nature, about the condition of man. And they correctly identified human nature as flawed. So you can have government, you can have a constitution even, and eventually they adopted it the next decade, but if you don't have restraints on people in power who may abuse it, then you're ultimately not going to have those God-given rights protected. So they understood that human nature was flawed and that you needed to have a government that cabined the flaws in human nature so that people could have their freedoms respected. And they answered a lot of different questions on that. One important thing is that what they discussed and the principles that they acted upon are not timepieces limited to 1776, 1787, or 1791. They are enduring truths. The truths are as true today as they were in 1776. Human nature has not changed one iota from today going back to 1776. The need to limit government has not changed one iota from 1776 to the present. So, yes, the superficial issues that we deal with may be different, but the underlying foundational principles are the same. And we succeed as a country, and Florida has succeeded as a state, when we embrace and show fidelity to those enduring truths. We struggle when we think we know better and we depart from those enduring truths. So the founders had to answer a threshold question, and it was exemplified by when Benjamin Franklin, so they declare independence in 1776 against all odds, they win it. Then they realize, well, we don't really have a frame of government that's going to be able to help us launch this new nation in a way that it's going to endure. So they meet again in Philadelphia in 1787 to discuss the adoption of a new constitution. And they went through, there was a lot of ups and downs, as I had mentioned, but they come to an agreement. And they signed the Constitution, and then Benjamin Franklin's walking out of the convention. He's on the streets of Philadelphia, and he's asked, Dr. Franklin, did you give us a republic or a monarchy? And his answer was, a republic, but only if you can keep it. And that is something that we need to keep with us even today. So they went into this, the Revolution and the Constitution, having studied the history of every single republic that had ever existed in human history. And they tried to draw lessons from all of those experiences, and there was really only one lesson that united every previous example of a republic, and it was this. Every single one of them had failed. And so they really believe that, and I believe, that it falls to the United States of America to answer the threshold question, can people actually govern themselves? Can we have a society based on the idea that our rights come from God, not from the government, that we live under a rule of law rather than the rule of individual men, that we have a limited government that is not going to violate our rights? Or is the American experiment not going to be successful, in which case the Founding Fathers believed that humans would be consigned to various forms of despotism? They believed that ultimately it would be this country that would answer that question. And so I look at America 250 and say, Franklin said a republic if you can keep it. He and the founders understood you can have the best Declaration of Independence in the world. You could have the best Constitution in the world. They do not run on autopilot. They require a culture, a civic-minded culture. They require respect for religious institutions, respect for traditions. They require each generation to defend freedom when it's at risk, sometimes even putting on the cloth of your country, risking your life, and in some cases giving that last full measure of devotion is service to something bigger than yourself. So where are we today, and what do we need to do to ensure that that spirit of 1776 goes just as strongly in the next 250 years as it has in the previous 250 years? The first thing that comes to mind is leadership. When the founders met in Philadelphia to sign that Declaration of Independence, that is not the 1776 equivalent of just popping off on social media. You know, people could just put this stuff out. There's no consequences to it. They're just doing it. Sometimes it's mindless. Sometimes it's trying to just engage traffic. No, when they signed that declaration, and they had a lot to lose. They risked their lives, fortune, and sacred honor. That wasn't flippantly said. These were very successful people in the colonies, some of the wealthiest people in the colonies. In fact, most of the wealthiest people in the colonies were in favor of the American Revolution. They knew that if they didn't succeed, the penalty would be death. They would have been executed for treason. So this was a huge risk, and it required an enormous amount of fortitude, and it required leaders who were willing to give up what they had for something bigger than themselves. And they did that. And there's never been an example in American history of where leaders have been willing to risk so much for so many other people as our founding fathers did. But how do we deal with that spirit today in leadership? Well, I can tell you how I dealt with it. During COVID, it was mentioned the world lost its mind. You had people like Tony Fauci telling people not to go to church. In fact, you had states that closed churches. And these happen to be some of the same states that allowed strip clubs to remain open. And so try to explain that one to me in an innocent way. So you were seeing this taking over the country. Now, I didn't do that, but we had some local jurisdictions that were overreacting. So we got to a point where some police department in one part of Florida actually arrested this pastor because they said that it was too dangerous for him to be doing church services. Well, the next day I signed an executive order saying, thou shalt not interfere with religious services in the free state of Florida. And we put an end to that very, very quickly. Now, at the time, now everyone looks back now, of course you would do that. At the time, that was unpopular. At the time when I did executive order saying every kid has a right to be in school and the schools must be open, very unpopular. I was getting hit from media left and right. In fact, I tell people, I've been around elections, I've done all this different stuff. I mean, I've leaned in. I mean, I fought Disney for Pete's sake and won. So these are big fights, right? These are big fights, and they're good fights. But if you take all the blowback I've got from all of that and add it together, I got more during COVID than anything else combined, because this was the narrative. All the elites had coalesced around this, and I was violating the narrative. I was showing that there was a better way. And throughout that, I had so many people who were supporters of mine, friends, just saying, man, you were doing so well as governor, and now you're getting killed, and people think you're crazy, and you're probably not going to be able to get reelected. You probably need to course correct, and you need to do all this. And I didn't know whether that was true or not, but ultimately I determined it really doesn't matter. My job as a leader is not to try to protect my own political hide. My job as a leader is to be willing to sacrifice my own political hide if it means protecting the freedoms, the jobs, and the well-being of the people I was elected to serve. So that's what we did. And we need to have leaders who are willing to take political risks to be able to do the right thing, particularly when people don't have a voice. And during the COVID, I can tell you, I was one of the few people who was speaking up for the small business owners, for the parents, for the kids, for everybody that had been marginalized because the world had lost its marbles. Leadership is important. We can learn so much from the Founding Fathers for what they did to establish this nation. And if we even do 1/10 of that, or even 1% of that, that's going to be very good for the future of our country. The other thing I think we can take from them is ultimately there's a lot of clutter that goes around in society. Less than there is now, but they still had it. You're going to have different blips in public opinion, up and down on this issue, on that issue. But here's the thing. You can take a poll on something and it can give you data back, but that doesn't tell you what's right. That doesn't tell you the truth. It doesn't tell you where north is. And ultimately, north is north whether it's popular, north is north whether it's unpopular. The role of somebody who's in a leadership position is to make sure that you have that compass set to true north, regardless of the ups and downs and regardless of what the media says and what the polls say. You've got to stand your ground. Here you stand, standing for what's right. And you know what? When you do that, if you're willing to withstand up and down, a lot of times things work out. But think about what they did when they launched the American Revolution. It was not terribly popular. There was a third who were in favor. There were a third who were opposed because they didn't want to risk what they had with the crown, and they wanted to keep what they had. And then you had a third who really didn't care either way, or were just trying to figure out how it was going to go. So if the Founding Fathers had taken a poll, if they could have done that then, they would not have had a majority of people that thought it was the right thing to declare independence from Great Britain. And yet they did it because it was the right thing to do. I think back
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking live right now in Orlando at the Danbury Institute's Revive This Nation conference, speaking to a group of pastors and others right now as he talks about our nation's founding and America 250. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Tomorrow, NASA is expected to announce the crew of the upcoming Artemis mission. We're going to hear more about who is going to be the astronauts that are going to be part of that mission, where they're going to do some rendezvous in low Earth orbit, another step forward toward the next moon landing. We also expect an update from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, where he says they're going to talk about give an update on their confidence in the upcoming mission as well. And so joining us live now to talk about this, what we can expect to hear, and also what we can expect in the coming weeks and months when it comes to this upcoming mission. Pleased to be joined this afternoon by Dr. Don Platt, Director of the Spaceport Education Center at a Florida Institute of Technology professor as well, joining us live now via Zoom. Dr. Platt, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Sure, my pleasure.
So I know long-awaited announcement when it comes to who these astronauts are going to be that are going to be part of this next Artemis mission. So just talk to us a little bit about all that goes into this, what NASA might be looking for, and how they kind of make this decision about who's going to be part of this next Artemis mission.
No, these decisions are not done lightly, for sure. Basically, there's an entire crew of NASA astronauts that want to fly this mission. And so they look at things like how the crew members work together. They've done other types of training and simulations prior. And so they want to make sure that the crew is really a cohesive team and a cohesive unit. So they make selections based on that. Of course, the skill sets needed. They're going to need piloting skills to rendezvous in low Earth orbit. Victor Glover demonstrated some of the capabilities of the Orion capsule on the Artemis II mission. And so now they'll take full advantage of the flying capabilities of Orion. So you want to have a good pilot there. And probably an international crew member is often nowadays part of the crew to get some of our partners involved as well.
Obviously, the technical stuff is important, but we also know that America really fell in love, it seemed, with the crew of Artemis II. And so, does that put pressure, some additional pressure on NASA to try to pick some astronauts and crew members that can be good ambassadors for NASA, for the Artemis program, and for future missions?
Sure. And of course, that actually goes into some of the selection process just to be an astronaut to begin with. So there always there's an understanding that basically at all times a NASA astronaut is an ambassador for the country, for NASA, for science and technology. And so they definitely have to have that part of the resume, as well as the technical and engineering and scientific side and piloting as well.
The NASA administrator said he's going to give an update on kind of the confidence in the upcoming mission. What do you think we might hear when it comes to where things stand with the status of Artemis III and some of the things that are important, milestones for that mission?
Yeah, the major two elements really of the Artemis III mission are the two lunar landers. Now, these landers do not necessarily have to be all ready to go to the point where they could actually fly a mission to the moon and land, but they have to have at least the ability to provide a target for rendezvous and a docking. And I guess it would also be nice if a crew member could actually go inside and maneuver around inside of the vehicle as well. But certainly a target for rendezvous and docking is the least requirements for both the Blue Origin and the SpaceX lunar landers on the Artemis III mission.
But we know the deadlines have kind of been pushed before. It's something that it seems like these contractors, Blue Origin, SpaceX, have been struggling to hit some of their timetables. Do we expect further delays with this mission as things progress, do you think, or what do you think we might see with that?
Yeah, there's a good possibility there'll be further delays. Unfortunately, both sides, Blue Origin and SpaceX, are having issues. The Starship is struggling to get to the point of being operational on the SpaceX side. And of course, we saw the major explosion with the New Glenn vehicle that would be used to launch the lunar lander for Blue Origin just 2 weeks ago. So yes, there's definitely a lot of growing pains and a lot of technical hurdles to get over. But I think Isaacman will reiterate the key importance of the Artemis 3 mission and the full commitment of NASA to get this mission done in 2027 and provide the resources needed to make sure that it's a success.
Do you think that timeline, as we have heard them at least most recently, do you think that is still feasible?
Well, I think that NASA is going to do everything possible, considering safety concerns, of course, to have that mission happen in 2027. They're really wanting to set up to the point where sometime in maybe the second half of 2028, they have that lunar landing with humans on the surface of the moon. So they're going to do everything they possibly can to get this mission done in 2027 for sure.
So how does this fit into kind of the broader objective when it comes to the Artemis mission, when it comes to the United States' current space objectives right now? How does this, where does this step kind of fit into that kind of bigger picture?
Well, the Artemis 3 mission will demonstrate these two spacecraft in low Earth orbit. So basically, it'll space qualify the two lunar landers for an eventual landing on the moon. So I think it's a very good idea to test these lunar landers in low Earth orbit first. You can see how they fly in space and how they work when they're being rendezvoused with the Orion capsule. I think that's a great idea to do it in this fashion, honestly. And it sets up, then, if successful, it sets up the possibility of having that Artemis 4 mission be a lunar landing mission in 2028. The key, of course, is also spacesuits have to be ready. So there's a lot of technical challenges, a lot of things that have to happen in order for this to take place then.
Why the two lunar landers, Dr. Platt?
Well, I think that we see that right now. If at least maybe we can hope that one of the two will make it on time for a 2027 checkout mission. If there was only one, then that significantly lowers our chances. But having two, then hopefully at least one of them will be ready for the Artemis 3 checkout, and then of course the big mission, the Artemis 4 lunar landing.
So if only one of them is ready by then, do you think they go ahead and move forward with it with just the one?
I think so at this point, because they want to keep on that schedule. Isaacman has said it's very important that NASA fly the SLS and an Artemis mission on a yearly basis, and so they really do not want to push it out and wait. If they have one lunar lander they can check out in low Earth orbit, I think they'll go ahead and do that mission.
You also mentioned the spacesuits. That has also seemed to prove a unique challenge as well to the designers of that. What is the difficulty in creating a new spacesuit for everything that it needs to be able to do for these upcoming missions? Why is that proving so hard?
Sure. Well, one of the things that the spacesuit really wants to do is it wants to be a suit that you can use over and over again on the surface of the moon. So it's kind of reusable, if you will. The Apollo suits were tailored specifically to the individual astronaut, and of course they were only used for 2 or at most 3 lunar walks or moonwalks. And so I think that a new suit is going to be much more flexible, much more capable, but then also reusable and modular, so that then the astronauts in the future could probably connect up individual pieces and use the suit as well, kind of in a way like the International Space Station suits are modular, and they can attach things like arms that are either shorter or longer based on the astronaut. So there will be some level of flexibility with the lunar suit. So it's a very different animal than the basic Apollo lunar suits.
So, Dr. Platt, when we hear this update from NASA tomorrow with the unveiling of the crew, with an update on where things stand, what are you going to be listening for, and what should we be listening for as we hear these updates?
Well, of course, it'll always be interesting to see who NASA has selected as the crew members. Are they veterans? Is there a combination of veterans and some rookies? There was a rookie on the Artemis 2 mission. But I think that'll be an interesting aspect. But then also, I expect to hear this reiteration of the commitment from NASA to do this schedule and to have a 2027 mission. And this crew has then, maybe 16, 18 months at most to be ready to fly this mission. So I think NASA is going to say this mission is happening in 27, and here are the people who are going to do it.
Well, we'll see who those names are. We'll certainly do some quick background checks to see if they're Florida Tech alums as well.
Right.
Because we know that it has to be an exciting opportunity for so many, as we have
absolutely
seen with ties to your school. So Dr. Platt, always enjoyed talking with you. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live to Capitol Hill. This is the House Rules Committee meeting that we were talking about just a little bit ago, where we are hearing some discussion over the Secure America Act. This is a bill that would look at funding for the Customs and Border Patrol and also for ICE. So let's go ahead and listen in. This is Jamie Raskin, a Democrat from Maryland, who is speaking right now. Let's go ahead and listen in live on Capitol Hill.
Justification at all. Today, the majority, whose leader has already added $10 trillion to the national debt, wants to pour $70 billion more into ICE and CBP on top of the $140 billion they voted to give it last summer by slashing funds for Medicaid, children's health insurance, and rural hospitals. The Department of Homeland Security has a payroll today of 250,000 employees, a budget larger than that of 150 countries. It has over 80,000 sworn law enforcement officers, more than the number of sworn police officers in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Houston, Washington, D.C., Las Vegas, and Dallas combined. And yet, despite this massive cash infusion and a vast army of immigration officers turning our communities upside down, ICE and CBP are poised to receive another staggering jackpot payment today. To give these rogue agencies another $70 billion now, when they still have $100 billion in the bank, from last year would implicate all of us in the escalating corruption and shameful actions of this department. If you're going to go ahead and vote on this, you must pass several amendments. One of them to block permanently the $1.8 billion taxpayer-funded mega slush fund. Two, instead, establish the January 6 Law Enforcement Heroes Compensation Fund to provide compensation to the law enforcement officers who actually defended the U.S. Capitol and the Congress of the United States and the Vice President from a rampaging mob chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." We must pass an amendment to make sure that no money goes to anybody who is convicted of assaulting a police officer, and no money for any J6er who was convicted, pardoned, and then subsequently convicted of another crime. And there are 97 of them, including one guy who was pardoned one day by Donald Trump and several weeks later went and sexually molested a 12-year-old boy and a 12-year-old girl. None of those people should get any money, and it's up to this committee to make sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ranking Member Raskin. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I appreciate the efforts that you've taken to get this bill to this far. We thought we, had it done. We thought we were able to fund both of those, or all, I guess it's three. Those departments and make sure that our public safety was well funded and taken care of. And this bill really is about, and I know that the Democrats can say whatever they want, but what it's about is public safety. What it's about is keeping Americans safe. And I'm concerned because, well, I shouldn't be concerned. I'm not concerned because I appreciate that the reforms and oversight that the Democrats talk about is not in here, because all that's about simply it's about the anti-law enforcement agenda that they have and trying to prevent the law enforcement from doing the job that they have been hired to do. And so I appreciate that this bill doesn't have those and that we are going to go ahead and pass this. But there is a lot to enhance public safety here. And Chairman Garbarino, doesn't the bill include $108.5 million to hire and equip and train more investigators to fight child exploitation?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Fishbach. Yes, specifically under Title I, this bill does specifically says $108.5 million of this amount shall be used to hire, pay, and equip additional child exploitation investigators and forensic analysts at the Victim Identification Laboratory of Child Exploitation Investigation Unit.
So it truly is about public safety. It's about preventing child exploitation. And so if you vote against this bill, that's a vote for not enforcing child exploitation laws.
Yeah, a vote against this bill means you're voting against funding these additional officers that fight against child exploitation.
And thank you very much. And I just appreciate, I think that we need to take a look and say this is truly an important piece of legislation, because we have got to get these guys funded so they can continue to keep American citizens safe. And so I thank you for bringing it forward. I thank you for your answer, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Gillen, you're recognized.
Thank you. We're hearing a lot of false narratives floating around today, starting with the idea that the big ugly bill passed last year has been a win for Americans, while the wealthiest in our country have received huge permanent tax breaks. That's not true for everyone, and many of the tax breaks that everyday Americans receive have been eaten up by tariff taxes and by higher gas costs. If you look at the spread, that bill has actually increased income inequality and will continue to do so for decades, in addition to adding trillions to the national debt. So let's not make up the idea that everybody's benefiting from last year's tax atrocity. The second idea that I've heard from probably every one of our Republican colleagues is that Democrats reneged on a deal to fund the Department of Homeland Security. And there had been negotiations about the things that are being mentioned here, like better funding for human trafficking defense and improving various facilities along the border. There was broad-based agreement on that. But what happened? In January of this year, masked and armed agents of ICE and CBP shot and killed American citizens in Minneapolis. And if that's not a reason to stop and say, what is going wrong in those agencies, and don't we need to do something differently? Well, then clearly we're on different pages here. So it wasn't just a whim that Democrats said, wait a minute, we got to pump the brakes on this. And in fact, Democrats agreed to fund the rest of DHS while we attempted to get some guardrails put on agencies that are out of control and are being used for un-American, unconstitutional, and unlawful processes. And the third myth that we're hearing today is that these billions and billions of dollars that were funneled in last year's bill to Homeland Security, the idea that they're being used to fund border security and public safety just is not being borne out by the facts. In fact, we're seeing that that money has been used, millions and millions of dollars has been used to purchase warehouses not capable of housing people, in huge wastes of money that are now under investigation. We've heard about record profits, an 800% increase in profits by private prison companies like GEO, because they are now housing people who are overwhelmingly not criminals. 70–80% of the people they are housing are not criminals, and they are doing so in ways that are incredibly inhumane, without adequate medical care, without adequate food, without access to counsel, access to their families. I mean, there has been in the past bipartisan agreement in this country that it is a waste of taxpayer dollars to house people who are not, to imprison people who are not a threat to the American public. And that is exactly what is being done with these DHS dollars and these detention camps. We've also, of course, learned of the hundreds of millions of dollars that were spent on an ad campaign by DHS. What was it? $3,400 for hair and makeup for the then secretary, $20,000 to rent a horse. More money was spent on that ad campaign than was cut last week from WIC. $200 million cut from WIC. They spent $235,000 on filming Kristi Noem riding around on a damn horse. So again, it shows you where the values are here. I guess first I'd like to go to Representative Escobar. We're hearing a lot about fraud, waste, and abuse here. Can you talk to us a little bit about the money that ICE and CBP have and what is happening with that money, particularly in your district? I know in my district we've had a lot of concerns. I've had a constituent die in ICE custody because he wasn't given appropriate medical treatment.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. I'll be glad to detail for this committee what my team and I have seen inside these facilities in my district in El Paso. And again, just as a reminder, CBP and ICE currently have $100 billion unspent. $100 billion, just a reminder to everyone. But the One Big Beautiful Bill, so-called, funded Camp East, Montana, a $1.24 billion tent city. And the American taxpayer is allegedly paying for medical care that detainees are not getting, cleaning services that are not happening, laundry services that are not happening, but the private corporations running these facilities are still getting their money. I want to give you an example of the horrific cases we've seen. I'll give you a couple of quick ones. First, there was a gentleman who entered the country legally, mind you, because the vast majority of the folks I've met have no criminal record and entered the country legally. I sat and I spoke with him, And he told me about an injury he sustained in Minneapolis when he was arrested by ICE in Minneapolis. He was arrested so violently by the ICE agents that they broke his arm. He was then flown to El Paso, to Camp East, Montana, and he was wearing a brace when I met him. He had been in the facility for a few weeks. I asked him how his arm was doing. He took off his brace. I could literally see the break in his forearm. His broken arm had never been set. He was given aspirin to deal with the pain. Clearly, after weeks of that kind of break, his bones were fusing in a way that he would very likely need surgery. There are other examples. One of our colleagues, Angie Craig, flew to El Paso to visit one of her constituents who was detained and arrested the week she was supposed to have surgery to remove an ovarian cyst. ICE flew her to El Paso, to Camp East, Montana, held her for 4 months, refused to let her get her surgery. She was finally released on humanitarian parole. It took Senate intervention.
This hearing continuing live right now on Capitol Hill. A lot of criticism from Democrats on that committee asking about the money. We know they have pushed back on funding ICE and CBP in the recent past, and so asking a lot of pointed questions right now as this hearing continues. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Don't go anywhere. Our live streaming.
This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. We are tracking an active scene and a developing story this afternoon in Orange County, the Azalea Park neighborhood of Orlando, where we're seeing an active police scene just about a block or so away from where there was a 70-year-old woman shot at a bus stop earlier earlier today. We want to check in with Fox 35's Marie Edinger, who joins us live now from this scene that is in Orange County. Marie, what do we know right now? What are you seeing out there this afternoon?
So actual facts for what we know so far, very slim. So instead I'll focus more on what we can see. We know that there are several Orange County Sheriff's deputies blocking off this area, which, as Garrett mentioned, is right about 1 block away from where a woman in her 70s was shot earlier today at a bus stop. That happened around 9 a.m. Deputies had cleared the area, had cleared the scene, taken down all of their tape, and left around 12 or 12:30. And then this all happened shortly after that. There are a couple dozen deputies here now. We can see some of them pointing rifles at a particular home. When I walked to the other side, closer to where the shooting actually was, I was able to hear deputies talking over a loudspeaker. It was difficult to make out what they were saying, but we do know that that was happening consistently. There's also a siren that they've been playing consistently, and more responding deputies having some movement both into and out of this particular area of this scene. Down the way where I mentioned I was able to walk to earlier, less than a quarter mile away, there are firefighters with the Orange County Fire Rescue stationed there. I talked with some of them. They said that they're just in case. They do have an ambulance ready to go. And then there are also deputies stationed on the opposite side of the home that we're looking at right now, closer to where the shooting happened, not in the exact spot. So just to try to put some perspective on where this home is, the deputies have rifles pointed toward. It is 1 street over, so essentially the other side of the same street from where the shooting happened, but maybe 0.15, maybe 0.2 miles down the road. So further south is where the shooting happened. This is just slightly north of that. And then on the opposite side of the road. So we know that deputies are paying attention to the house. We don't know why that is. Like I said, I did walk over to try to hear what they were saying over the loudspeakers, but I wasn't able to make it out. I can try that again later. We know that they have a drone up and a helicopter circling the area, both belonging to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I haven't seen any people labeled SWAT or any military vehicles show up, which happens pretty frequently in situations like this. It could still be because it's so early on. And we do have more deputies, like I said, coming in and out of the area. So we are still working to learn what they are addressing right now in that home and why. We do not technically know for sure that it's connected to the shooting earlier. We just know that it is immediately next to where that shooting occurred. I've been speaking with neighbors here throughout the day, people who've lived in this area, in some cases for 40, 50 years, who told me that they have never heard of anything like this happening here. They said that it's normally a very quiet neighborhood. People keep to themselves. A lot of people, though, walk around. There's a park right down the road where I spoke with a woman earlier. She had her kids there, and she said that she had seen deputies going by, but didn't necessarily think anything of it. They were just patrolling the area, and she thought maybe they're just doing little safety checks. They never came out and talked to her or asked if she'd seen anything, and she didn't think it was much of a problem until I walked up and started talking with her and said I was with the media. She was a little bit bothered that deputies hadn't warned her that there could be an active shooter still in the area, or a person who had just shot a woman in her 70s still wandering around the area. We don't know whether they had any information about whether that potential suspect or potential shooter may have exited, or why they didn't warn anyone. That is something I have been asking the Orange County Sheriff's Office about, what their protocol on that is. But she says that she feels unsafe now in a way that she hadn't before. I heard that from a lot of people in this area, and I'm sure that a response like this, although it could help people to feel safe in this moment, just knowing that there are so many deputies present, having something like this happen here just kind of shakes the sense of safety that people tend to feel in their homes, and that's been disturbing people a little bit today, along with just the sadness they feel knowing that a woman is in critical condition right now because of a shooter who they do not seem to know. Garrett?
Yeah, what do we know about that, about the incident itself? I mean, it seemed 9 o'clock in the morning at that bus stop, a 70-year-old woman. What all do we know, and are we learning anything about who that victim was? Do we know?
As for the victim, we just know it was a woman in her 70s. I asked some people who live in the area. They didn't seem to know who that might be. And there are some people who caught video of a person they think might be the shooter. He appeared to be holding a gun in his hand, but they didn't know him either. And I'm saying him as a person that this video seemed to catch a person that a couple of neighbors thought might be responsible. I don't know for sure that that person is a him or that the shooter is a him. It's just a person who was caught on video a couple of times, who neighbors here turned that video over to the sheriff's office thinking it could be relevant or could be of interest to them. So as for the details, we don't know yet the name of the woman who was shot. We know that she is in critical condition at the hospital. We do know that there were multiple rounds fired, though, because we're able to see multiple bullet holes in a fence just beyond the bus stop. And for the shooter, we just know that it is an unidentified person. The sheriff's office, I believe, did say that he was male, or that they believe that the suspect is male. They didn't provide any other further details on what he might look like. We know that they've been asking all day people around the neighborhood, going back and forth, knocking on doors, trying to get as much information about that as they can. We do know that they have their sights set right now on one particular house that they're focusing in on, but we are still waiting to learn a lot more details right now. Actual information about this is very slim.
All right, Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you joining us live. Obviously, still very much an active scene out there, developing story, and we thank you for giving us the latest here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Of course.
So we will stay tuned for more on that, and we'll bring you new details as we get them. I also want to get you now to a court hearing just moments ago in Volusia County, where a suspect who is facing charges in connection with a shooting in a parking lot in Orange City over the weekend made his first appearance in court. This is 21-year-old Joseph Aviles making his first appearance just moments ago.
Joseph Aviles. And sir, you're here on a warrant, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. The bond on the warrant was no bond until first appearance. I have reviewed the initial charging affidavit, and I am advised the state wants to let the court know something.
Yes, Your Honor. The state intends to file a motion for pretrial detention in this case. We are asking the court to leave the bond set at zero, at none at this time.
Your Honor, may counsel be heard as to bond?
Yes.
Judge, this is an aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, as the court stated. It's a felony of the second degree. It's not a capital offense or an offense punishable by life or proof of guilt, evident or presumption great. Constitutionally, he's entitled to bond. Judge, we would note that the public safety assessment reflects that he has no misdemeanor convictions, no felony convictions, no prior violent convictions, most importantly, and no failures to appear within 2 years or outside of a 2-year time frame. It's recommending supervised release with no contact, no weapons, bi-monthly reporting. If the court chooses to do something other than follow the recommendation of the public safety assessment, Judge, we'd ask the court to consider setting a bond of $150,000 in this case with no contact and no weapons and firearms.
State want to be heard?
Judge, I would point out to the court that the public safety assessment only takes the offense, the charge itself into consideration. It does not take the facts. This is a dangerous crime listed by statute, and therefore the state is claiming to file a motion for pretrial detention. We would ask the court to leave the bond set at none for the hearing to be set within 5 days.
All right, and the people I have standing in the back, did anybody want to be addressed?
Mary, I'm his sister. That's who the CRA from.
Okay. You're all here on his behalf? Yeah. Did you want to say anything? Not at this time. All right. So based on the charging affidavit and what, not just the alleged witness that was with the alleged victim, but an independent witness, what they said about the shooting, I am inclined to grant the pretrial detention at this time. That it does entitle you to a hearing, a full hearing in 5 days on the pretrial detention. But at this time, I am going to grant the state's request to hold you no bond based on the severity and the inclusion of a firearm in the offense and the fact that somebody was actually shot. That does make it a lot more significant. And so I'm going to go with the state at this time, but you are entitled to a hearing on that, and that will occur within about 5 days, so hopefully by Friday. I know they already have another one set. It's the same judge. All right, thank you, sir.
That was first appearance just moments ago inside a courtroom in Volusia County where you heard that suspect being held without bond. There will be a pretrial detention hearing in the coming days. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Florida Live. We still have much more to get to. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you another live look in Azalea Park, continuing to track an active police scene. We checked in with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger just a few minutes ago. We'll continue to monitor that developing situation just about a block away from where a woman was shot at a bus stop earlier this morning. Well, it is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area on this Monday. So we're going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live from their newsroom in Tampa. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, police in St. Petersburg are searching for a driver who they say slammed a stolen car into a home early this morning. Now, that crash actually sparked a fire, leaving this home unlivable. So St. Pete firefighters went to the 4400 block of 14th Avenue South just before 3 a.m. this morning. That's where first responders found a Honda Accord embedded into the front wall of a home's living room. Now, that crash, as I mentioned, sparked a fire. Firefighters were able to put out those flames quickly. There were 2 people inside of the home at the time of the crash, and they were not hurt. However, police say the driver of the car took off on foot before officers arrived, and this person still remains on the loose. Just moments ago, the police department did release surveillance footage of who they believe the driver was. We will be putting that up online momentarily. Now, investigators later discovered that Honda Accord had been stolen overnight from the 2100 block of 9th Avenue South. Again, this is in St. Petersburg. And as of right now, Garrett, the Red Cross is helping those displaced residents, and police are working to determine who was inside of that car and what caused this driver to veer off the road and slam into the house. Again, this happened this morning around 3 a.m. in St. Petersburg. There were 2 people inside the home at the time of the crash, and as of right now, they are okay, but again, their home has been deemed unlivable. Garrett?
And no surprise after seeing the video there. I mean, what a scary situation, and for that to happen in the middle of the night like that.
Yeah, it's an incredibly scary situation. Again, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Most likely, the 2 people who were inside that home were asleep at the time of the crash. Again, firefighters, they were able to get to the scene very quickly and put out that fire very quickly. But because of the fire that was caused as a result of this crash, authorities are saying that the home is unlivable. So those 2 residents who were inside the home this morning, they are being helped by the Red Cross. And as of right now, Garrett, police are still searching for the suspect who they say slammed that stolen car into this home. Police did release footage of who they believe the driver was. They released it maybe like 5 minutes ago, so we will have that up online very shortly to see if anybody recognizes the person who is in that video.
All right, we will keep our eyes peeled for that in just a couple of minutes. And also in our Tampa Connection today, Nancy, kind of looking at recovery and rebuilding efforts in Largo. How are things going there?
Yeah, so about a year ago, a tornado touched down in Largo, destroying about 40 to 50 homes in the Ranchero Village neighborhood. And as of right now, these residents are still rebuilding. Many of those who had those damaged homes have already left the neighborhood and their homes were demolished, and many more are scheduled to come down in the future. Ranchero Village HOA President Norman Runkles survived the storm, but his home was destroyed, forcing him and his wife to buy a new place to live. Runkles is a former first responder, and he says the sudden impact of a tornado is an entirely different situation from a hurricane because you have virtually no time to prepare. He says when a tornado is on top of you, there is nothing you can do except to wait. And despite the devastation, Runkles says community management is working hard to renovate the community buildings, including the lakeside as well as corral areas. And while the storm forced some elderly residents to move away to be closer to family, Runkles says he is counting his blessings. He says the past year has been a major inconvenience, but because everyone survived and nobody was hurt, he still feels very lucky. Garrett?
And Nancy, I had forgotten about that surveillance video, and then I just saw it again, and it just kind of brought back, just how terrifying this must have been for the folks who lived through that, just to see it kind of doing that damage, as it just tore through that area.
Yes, that surveillance video is terrifying, and as Runkles was saying, that you have time to prepare for a hurricane. Usually several days out, hey, a hurricane's coming, you can make that decision to leave the area and get prepared. But with a tornado, you don't have a whole lot of warning. So these residents were caught completely off guard. And I do remember working the night of these tornadoes, and it was scary. As soon as we started getting video in, and I remember seeing this particular clip where the tornado lifted the home right off its hinges. You see it right there. It just aired a moment ago, and then being slammed back down. I mean, it is just absolutely terrifying what these residents must have gone through. But again, fortunately, nobody was hurt. And the neighborhood, while they are still cleaning up, and it has been a year, and they are still feeling the effects of this tornado a year ago, a lot of people have already decided to demolish their homes. A lot of elderly residents who live there decided to leave the area to move closer to family. But again, it is very fortunate that nobody was hurt when that tornado touched down.
Yeah, kind of miraculous to think that once you see that video. All right, now finally here in our Tampa Connection, talk to us about what Indian Rocks Beach is looking at when it comes to changing some local ordinances about golf cart use.
Yeah, so Indian Rocks Beach, they are scheduled to meet tomorrow at 6 o'clock for a second and final reading to change its ordinances when it comes to golf carts. Because right now, anybody who is 14 years old or older is allowed to be driving a golf cart on designated local roads. However, state law here in Florida requires drivers to be at least 18 years old unless they have a valid driver's license, or if they have a driver's permit, they are allowed to drive these golf carts with a licensed adult with them. Now, city officials say this update will clear up any confusion for residents and visitors, and supporters add that matching the state law will make it easier for police as well as code enforcement to keep the roads safe. Drivers caught violating the new rules could face a traffic citation as well as fines up to $500. As the city updates the law, officials are also urging owners of unlicensed golf carts to go ahead and register those vehicles at City Hall. Now, again, they are meeting tomorrow at 6 o'clock to hold this final vote on these proposed changes. An ordinance passed unanimously during its first reading, and that first reading on these changes involving golf carts occurred last week. Again, it did pass that first reading. So again, the second reading is tomorrow, and most likely it will pass. And what this ordinance does is it will bring the city of Indian Rocks Beach more in line with the state of Florida, requiring anybody who's driving a golf cart to be at least 18 years old or older, or to have a valid driver's license, or if they have a learner's permit, they are allowed to drive these golf carts as long as they have a licensed adult in the vehicle with them.
It's kind of surprising that this policy, as it is right now, before the change, has stuck around this long.
Yeah, it is really interesting, and I was kind of surprised by it as well. I didn't realize that it was different than the state of Florida, where it does require you to be 18 years old. But probably tomorrow night, once they do pass this ordinance, it will bring the city of Indian Rocks Beach, which, again, you only had to be 14 years old to drive a golf cart in Indian Rocks Beach on the local roads. It will change that to you have to be 18 or a licensed driver.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me now. And TJ, we're tracking some more breaking news here this afternoon as folks in Orlando reporting feeling an earthquake.
Yeah, something that, we rarely say in this part of the world, Garrett. But yeah, it seems like people potentially could have felt some shaking, light shaking between maybe here, potentially along the Gulf Coast. There was an actual 6.1 magnitude earthquake that occurred not too long ago off the northwestern coast of Cuba, about, let's just say, I know it's in kilometers. I know it's 104 kilometers west-northwest of Mantua. So let's just say nearly 100 miles. But that is usually indicative of strong shaking when you have a magnitude earthquake in this realm, on the Richter scale. Thankfully, typically when you have one of this strength, usually the damage is not that big of an impact. It's usually minimal, but the shaking, especially probably for folks in Cuba, could have been more violent, and likely now getting reports, obviously, up here in the Sunshine State of some minor shaking. I personally, I don't know if you felt anything, didn't feel anything in the Weather Center, but I'm curious to see. I know Storm Team meteorologist Laura Blanchard, she was saying that she was getting some texts of people that were asking, was there one, did feel some shaking. So I'm only imagining that it's a result of this earthquake near Cuba.
Yeah, and talk about that, because it is abnormal for us here to kind of feel that. This is not something that happens very often.
No, not at all. And, I feel like we're not obviously terribly far from Cuba, and it makes sense. And I would think that maybe some places like the Keys, South Florida, just because of the proximity to where this happened, the shaking could have been slightly stronger. But I'm going to be very curious as maybe we'll get some more reports from viewers around the area. I would think that maybe some of the high rises around the area maybe had, maybe you could have felt it a little bit more. I've only been through one in my life, and it was actually when I was out in the Midwest, and I believe it was a little bit weaker than this one, this 6.1 magnitude one in Cuba. And I remember just kind of seeing, like very little shakes, kind of feeling that swing. So I'll be very curious to, hopefully, as we get some more information on this, we'll have some feedback from what people actually felt. But thankfully for us, it seems like just maybe some light shakings, because we're still far enough away. And I know that the USGS and the seismologists will continue to, I'm sure, get some more information. There's, with the USGS, you can plot, hey, did you feel it? Did you feel it? Did you feel it? So I'm sure as time goes on, we'll be able to get some more reports from people that did potentially feel this shaking from this earthquake. It is interesting, TJ, because we look at it on the map there, and it doesn't look too far away, but we know it is that is a pretty far away from us here in Central Florida. It is, yeah. And, why is that we would be able to feel that even all that way away? I think looking at the magnitude, that probably is the bigger story, because when you get up to that, this part of the Richter scale, the impacts continue to go farther out from that epicenter. So it makes sense in where we are that potential is there. I can only imagine if this was a little bit stronger, maybe more people could have felt it. But usually you don't feel much when you're in that 2-3-ish magnitude earthquake on the scale. But this having the magnitude that it does, it makes sense that some places, especially farther west, I assume our friends in Tampa and up and down the Gulf Coast, because they're, 100-ish, 150 miles away from us, that they're a little closer to where that happened. So it makes sense that they could feel it even more than probably us here in Orlando. And you mentioned the U.S. Geological Survey. We know they have these seismographs, all over. Mm-hmm. They have a number of stations in our area. Well, it's funny because I'm thinking what happened with Blue Origin,
Right.
and I know there's that one down closer to Kissimmee, Osceola County. So I'll be curious to see if anything was picked up on that one. It's crazy because the email came in from our news director, and I was like, "Wait, earthquake? What? I didn't feel a dang thing." So I was trying to gather some more information and get in here as quickly as I could. But I'll be very curious to see if we actually did pick up anything on that seismograph here in Central Florida, because if obviously people are feeling it, it would make sense that we would get some recordings from that seismograph.
And one of those things too that could be a little disconcerting to folks, because it's not something we're used to. We don't live in California. We're not in the Midwest near some of those areas, fault lines where people know it's something that you might expect or deal with. Here. It's not really something that it's certainly not front of mind, especially, we're in hurricane mode because it's hurricane season. Earthquake is not something that you think of, or probably many people have never experienced here.
No, not at all. And I think that probably threw a lot of people for a loop. And I think that's probably why people are like, wait, what's going on right now? And I'm imagining too that I would think just usually when you have an earthquake that's in the ocean, you have to worry about some big waves churning up. So I'd be curious to see if we get some any buoys a little closer to the Gulf Coast, especially that are picking up on some maybe some larger waves, anything of that regard, because that's also an issue. When I would think it's probably more so a concern in Western Cuba, but definitely something that we'll have to monitor, because usually, if one is bad, you think of tsunamis and things of that nature, but hopefully nothing real big, just because we're still far enough away. But that'll be something we'll have to kind of keep a close eye on as well.
You talked about the strength of it though, and because 6.1 is pretty strong on the scale.
It is. I mean, when you're looking at it, I mean, this is, again, damage is certainly a possibility. I'm sure there could have been some damage in Western Cuba, potentially where this was recorded off of near Mantua. But usually it's the shaking when you get up into this realm that does stand out, because it can become a little more violent. But at least for our sake and for us here in Central Florida, I'm imagining it was just the swaying or the minor vibrations and shaking that we felt, just because we're farther away. But yeah, minor damage at least is certainly something that can come out of an earthquake of this magnitude.
Well, and here's the other thing, because the USGS confirming this earthquake said they are still getting reports right now of where people have felt it, but they also said that aftershocks are something that you could expect from an earthquake of that size as well. So, that's something that folks would have to watch out for as well.
And that's what we felt. This could have been more of an aftershock from the main quake itself. That's definitely a possibility. And again, with this just happening here so recently, I feel like as we get more information in and more reports in of what people felt, what people saw, it'll be really interesting, because I mean, this is definitely something that many of us are not used to. Many of us have never gone through before. And being that this was a stronger quake in our vicinity overall in this part of the world, I'm sure many people are going to be coming in and saying, hey, what just happened? What's going on? What did we actually get one here locally? But yeah, I think aftershocks are certainly a possibility, and if there is more shaking, it would definitely be something in that nature for sure.
Yeah, and we are getting some reports. I just put up that QR code, which will take you to our website, fox35orlando.com, so you can pull out your smartphone, scan that right now, and then you can navigate to the page where you can send us a line essentially letting us know what you felt. We are getting some emails from folks who say they have felt it, they did feel it. Mark Rankin sending us an email saying he lives in Celebration and their whole 3-story condo building swayed for several seconds.
Wow.
He said, and then he said his girlfriend works in Claremont. They felt their business shake, her computer moved. So, I mean, we're talking for you to feel a 3-story condo building swaying from this, even all that distance away. I mean, that's something.
It is. I'm seeing one right now here too, Garrett, from Michelle Olson. She mentioned, was there a tremor in Claremont? Ann Mineola just now. This was at 2:04 p.m. She sent this, but yeah. So another person in that in our area that said they felt some shaking, and I'm only thinking we're going to get more.
Yeah, another email from Catherine Sutton in Winter Park saying she felt the earthquake in Winter Park. Their floor lamp rocked. This was just a little after 2 o'clock. So a number of towns and communities across our area that people have been able to feel it. Like you said, I didn't feel it here. Not to say it didn't, there wouldn't be reports, here in Lake Mary, but I certainly didn't. But we're continuing to get those in. So let us know if you're out there and you felt it. Let us know what you felt there, because we're, it's interesting as these reports continue to come in.
Yeah. I mean, to me, when you talk about a floor lamp shaking, that's not nothing. And like you said, I'm imagining that some of the high rise in the area. I'm curious if anyone downtown actually felt it, because I can imagine that's one of those weird just feelings that it's hard to put into words when you start to feel that swaying, and I'm sure just from what we've seen already, getting these reports in, that we're going to get many more, and I'll be very curious as we hear more, hopefully out of Cuba. Hopefully, sending good vibes, thoughts, prayers. No one got injured or hopefully anything worse than that down that way. But I'm sure we'll get more reports out of Western. I would hope out of that part of the world of what they've seen actually in and off the coast of Western Cuba.
Yeah, so before we go to break here, TJ, just kind of recap again what we know about this earthquake and its location.
For sure, yeah. So this happened not too long ago, and obviously in Cuba, it's kilometers versus miles, and we're obviously using miles, but it was technically 104 kilometers northwest of Mantua, Cuba, and this earthquake on the Richter scale was a 6.1 magnitude earthquake. So usually that is strong enough to cause more violent shaking and definitely some damage. So we'll be really curious to get some more reports out of Cuba for sure. But a 6.1 magnitude earthquake is nothing to sneeze at, and obviously we are feeling the impacts here in Central Florida. And it sounds like, I would only imagine, Florida as a whole, 64 miles off the coast of Cuba. This happened, and not too far away from us here at home.
Yeah, so we will continue monitoring this. Again, we want folks to let us know. And again, that's about 65 miles or so, the 104 kilometers.
Yep.
So we are continuing to get some more reports in, and we are now joined by Christopher Marin, who is joining us live here. Give me 1 second to pull him up. Christopher, are you able to hear us right now here on Fox 35? You're live on Florida Live?
Yes, I am.
All right. So first of all, talk to us about where you are and what you felt.
So I'm located in Horizon West, so a part of Winter Garden. I was sweeping. I was actually taking a nap. I woke up to like a rumble. It felt like the bed was shaking, which it was. I kind of shot up out of bed because I didn't know what was going on. You could hear the walls kind of creaking a little bit. And kind of like I live on the first floor of an apartment, and you can kind of feel everything shaking. That's when I got up. The kitchen lights were moving just a little bit. And I kind of had an assumption that there was an earthquake going on. But it felt very rare being in this area.
Yeah. Had you ever felt anything like that before? Have you been through an earthquake before to kind of know what to expect, or was this entirely new to you?
Completely new to me. It was definitely very, very rare. I was kind of shocked. I know during an earthquake situation, you're supposed to kind of evacuate a building, but processing it in the moment and in the time that it was very fast for me. So I did try to get outside.
Yeah. So talk to us about what was going through your mind then as all of that is happening. Obviously, it's happening very quickly. So what's going through your mind?
Just shock and kind of panic. You don't really know what to do. Your bed is shaking. You can hear the walls kind of creaking. It's like a really eerie feeling, and it's a scary feeling. And being especially in Florida, you don't expect to feel any earthquakes, and something that you never felt like that before. It was a very odd feeling.
How long would you say the shaking went on? How long were you able to feel that?
To be honest, it felt like a few minutes, but it was really probably 30 seconds to a minute total. I do have a camera, a Ring camera, and a lot of my neighbors started messaging after that they felt it, and it kind of made me feel a little bit more secure knowing that other people felt it. But it was definitely a scary feeling.
Did you see neighbors reacting the same way kind of you were? You said you went outside. Did you see other people wondering what was going on, or what was kind of the scene there?
One of my neighbors did come outside and then asked me if I felt that. I told her that I did feel it, and we were both kind of just concerned about it. That's when I went on my camera app and saw the community kind of reacting to it as well. So knowing that other people did feel it and kind of just a concern of what it was.
And talk to us again about kind of what you were seeing in your home as all of this was happening, as the shaking was going on.
Yeah, so like on my bed frame, right, you kind of have it's kind of a little bit up. It's almost as if somebody was rocking your bed, right? So it's almost like if somebody was grabbing and kind of moving it a little bit back and forth. As well as hearing the walls, I was like the most eerie feeling I've ever experienced, and kind of hearing a little bit of like, not crackling, but just an eerie squeak coming from the walls was really the most odd feeling I've probably ever felt.
We are now seeing, as we continue to track this, getting an email from someone saying they felt it in the southernmost section of the Villages. That's from Lauren Lewin sending us that. Gail Rivera in Kissimmee says she felt it, lives in the third floor of an apartment. Ceiling fan in the office trembled. Several minutes later, the living room entertainment center with the TV and windows shook, saying she never experienced anything like this before. So, Christopher, have you noticed any damage or anything? How strong was that? And have you noticed any cracks or anything like that that have come from this?
Not that I've checked. Funny enough, I do have a Lego set that was on my entertainment system, kind of like on the edge. That did end up falling. Seeing kind of like the kitchen lamps shaking a little bit was a really weird, scary feeling, because they weren't shaking extremely fast, but they were moving enough that you notice it. But as far as checking for cracks, I have not looked yet as far as damage goes.
Well, Christopher, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live and sharing your experience with us. Kind of a scary thing there. We appreciate you walking us through all of that. Christopher Marin joining us live from Horizon West. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and like you heard him say, just not something you would necessarily expect, not something that many people have kind of dealt with here. So we are going to continue to track this. We're getting a lot of new information. We've got to step aside, though, for a quick break right now, but we'll be right back with more Florida Live here on Fox Local, on Fox 35. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me now as we continue to track the impacts of this earthquake. 6.1 magnitude earthquake that was reported about 60 miles off the coast of Cuba. TJ, I want to go ahead and pull up the map there so folks can kind of see the area we're talking about. Also want to show you the QR code. Let's update the header on that, Aaron, if we can change that so we can let people know that QR code that you see on your screen. We want folks to send in any information if they have felt this, if in their area, because we're continuing to see a number of reports. We'll go through some more of those in just a minute, TJ, but just kind of talk us through what we're learning about this earthquake off the coast of Cuba and some of the impacts being felt specifically in South Florida.
Sure, yeah. So this was just after 2 o'clock today, Garrett, and when you're talking about an earthquake of this magnitude, it usually means more violent shaking. And this isn't too far away from us here at home, and especially for those that live in South Florida, the Keys, Southwest Florida as a whole. But this is being felt and has been felt across Central Florida and many of our friends on the Gulf Coast. So people reporting many different things from just shaking and swaying, but portions of South Florida, and namely Miami, apparently some larger buildings were evacuated throughout the city because of the shaking, which is, probably a good, safe protocol that was followed. But for those that are likely, maybe have friends, family, relatives in Cuba, usually this means that there is damage. And as we go through the remainder of the evening, through the afternoon into the evening, I'm sure we'll get many more reports. But at least so far, people reporting that anything from things shaking on tables to even, like you mentioned, Garrett, full lamps actually rattling and shaking on the floor in homes here across some of the Sunshine State and local to us here in Central Florida.
Yeah, and someone who also felt it was Fox 35's Manny Martinez, who is joining us live now via Zoom. Manny, if you are able to hear us, you're joining us live on Florida Live this afternoon. So talk to us about what you were doing, what you felt when you felt the earthquake.
So Garrett, I'm on the 3rd floor of our apartment building here, and it was a little after 2 o'clock when I was taking a nap and I woke up and felt quick back and forth movements. First, I thought maybe a neighbor upstairs was being aggressive while, I don't know, vacuuming or something, but it lasted about 10 or so seconds. Then I was like, oh, okay, didn't really think anything of it, went to go get some water. Then I logged on Facebook and everybody was saying, did you feel what I just felt? And that's kind of what alerted me to, we probably just felt some kind of tremor.
What's going through your mind at that point? Have you been through an earthquake before? Did you, were you able to kind of place it in that moment?
No. Never been through an earthquake. Really had no suspicion that it was an earthquake until hindsight, then you get that 2020 vision of, yeah, that probably makes sense. Nothing else would really be doing such quick back and forths for 10 or so seconds.
And, obviously it shakes off the fog of that nap, I would say, pretty quickly to wake up to that.
Yes, it was a Teddy Roosevelt documentary that I was watching that actually put me to sleep on Netflix, and then an earthquake is what wakes me up.
Well, not exactly a ringing endorsement for that documentary, but so what? Talk to us about how things are inside your home this afternoon.
They are totally fine. It wasn't anything vicious per se. It was just really small back and forth movements. I think maybe if you were to put it in a glass of water, you'd see the water moving, and that was really it. Thankfully, nothing fell or anything, or nothing got unhooked. None of the lights were swaying from what I could tell. It was just quick.
Yeah, how long would you say you felt it?
Probably about 10 or so seconds, and let's say I woke up maybe in the middle of it, so maybe it lasted 15 seconds.
Okay, so yeah, pretty quick there. Fox 35's Manny Martinez. We appreciate you joining us. Thanks for hopping on that Zoom with us here on Florida Live.
Yeah, thanks, Garrett.
Wow, just insane, Garrett. It really is crazy.
Yeah, and we're getting, I mean, emails from all kinds of folks. And again, scan the QR code if you felt this and can chime in a little bit. Megan D'Souza says she felt the earthquake in her 4-story apartment, iDrive district near Epic Universe, sitting on the couch when it started to shake along with the floor. Says she has a fake tree in her living room, and that also started to shake. Says started around 2:04, and she said she felt it probably 10 to 15 seconds there.
I'm looking at a tweet from NWS out of Key West, Garrett, and same thing, multiple reports in the Keys of the ground shaking associated with this earthquake. The USGS did sample of the earthquake we've been talking about, and thankfully saying no tsunami threat from this earthquake. So that is good news. But yeah, a lot of shaking and some, I can only imagine, more violent shaking for those, especially in South and Southwest Florida.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Catherine Floyd sent us an email. She lives in Winter Garden near Four Corners.
Okay.
Says she was at her desk when it began shaking. It says, quote, "I'm a California girl and know what they feel like. Didn't think they had them in Florida."
Wow. Now, I feel like when you have someone that has gone through probably many an earthquake, and to say that's a pretty bold statement, and something that, again, I can only imagine that for people that have never gone through it, how it was probably a little scary, a little frightening around 2 o'clock this afternoon as all this started to unfold.
Yeah, it certainly would be to many, who you don't necessarily know what's happening at first, and then you kind of heard the thought process from a couple of the folks we were able to speak to there about kind of when it comes to that realization and like, okay, well now what do I do?
Yeah, like, are we okay? Is everything fine? Are we good? Like, what's going on? Yeah.
So we're going to take one more break here on Florida Live. TJ, I'm going to keep you in here a little bit longer. We'll be right back with more Florida Live after this, so don't go anywhere. Continuing to track the tremors felt across Central Florida this afternoon because of this earthquake off the coast of Cuba about, 50 minutes ago or so. So we're continuing to track that. Again, scan the QR code if you felt anything. We want to know, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer. We're tracking the feelings of these tremors this afternoon. And if you are out there and felt them, let us know. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen. Just scan that with your smartphone camera, because we are getting some interesting submissions from folks. We've been reading over some of the emails, but some folks have also been submitting things on our website with that QR code. So I want to pull up some of those. This from Ismail Joseph in Haines City, saying, felt my screen monitor, chair, and shades, ground and shades shake. And so you're seeing some of the video. You can see the blinds moving there. That is certainly interesting to see. So again, this in Haines City. Vince saying, I was sitting on my couch playing Fortnite, started to shift left and right for about 10 seconds. Because I'm from California, I knew immediately this was an earthquake. He's in Claremont, it looks like there. And so folks, different reactions. Tiffany in Davenport during a work meeting, office furniture shaking, flowers on desk, coffee on desk. So that's not a fun mess to clean up after all of that, but just something that folks have been experiencing. We've seen a lot of emails and folks coming in, people thinking that they were going crazy. Some of these emails saying just because they're not really sure what was going on. Carlos saying felt the earthquake in Morriston. So really people feeling this from all over this afternoon. We are out of time here on Florida Live. TJ, I appreciate you hanging out with us as we track this. We're going to continue tracking it and looking at some of your reactions coming up in just a couple of minutes on our live streaming news coverage. If you're watching us on Fox Local, YouTube, or Facebook, just sit tight. We'll have more for you. If you're watching us on Fox 35, thanks for joining us, and we will see you next time here on Florida Live.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me in the streaming studio this afternoon as we continue to track this earthquake that was actually off the coast of Cuba, closer to Cuba than to Florida.
Yeah, much closer. Yeah.
But feeling quite a bit of impacts here, especially in South Florida. I think we've got a camera here. I can pull that up. This is Wynwood Walls, Miami, and you were saying you've seen some reports coming out of that area.
Yeah, some reports of some high rises and buildings that were evacuated in Miami as this happened right around 2 o'clock here, Garrett, this afternoon, and. It was around 65 miles or so off the coast of northwestern Cuba, off the coast of Mantua, Cuba, but only around, as the crow flies, so to speak, around 400 miles away from us here in Central Florida, which is not all that far when you think about it. I mean, if you're traveling up and down the East Coast or so, or the Gulf Coast, that's about the distance it would be away from us. There's another live look from Miami-Dade College, and you'd never know it now, but a 6.1 magnitude earthquake, that's something that often brings more violent shaking. And with that, many reports coming out of not just South Florida, but on the Gulf Coast, in the Tampa metro. I'm sure, Tampa to St. Pete and right up here to the City Beautiful, Garrett. We've seen many submissions and videos, talked to some of our Fox 35 family here that have felt it. We, crazy enough, did not feel it in the confines of the Fox 35 studios, but a lot of people have.
Yeah, I give you a live look right now, Key West, where likely that would have been felt quite a bit stronger because they're quite a bit closer than we are here. But yes, you talked about some of what folks in our area are feeling, and that's what we want to let you to let us know. Scan that QR code that you see right there. We're continuing to kind of read through some of these reports that we are getting from folks across the region here. Cheryl, East Orlando, UCF area, said she felt the chair shaking. Cheryl, you certainly were not the only one feeling that. Hans and Kissimmee shaking here from earthquake. Margaritaville, Orlando, and it definitely wasn't the margarita mixer. You know what? It probably had him thinking there for a second, though.
Wow, what a great some theatrics as the margarita comes out of the ceiling in Margaritaville. But yeah, no.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, but it was around 2 o'clock when this earthquake struck. Erica saying she felt it in the Villages. I immediately knew what it was after experiencing the earthquake in Maryland, 2011.
I remember that one, Garrett. I was there for that. That was wild. That was many people, many Marylanders said the same thing. Like, what is happening? We don't have earthquakes in this part of the country.
Talk with us a little bit about that and what that was like.
I mean, I remember schools getting out. I mean, people being a little worried. I mean, I think for me, because that was my senior year, I believe, when that happened, high school, 2011. And for us, it wasn't too bad, but we felt. I remember feeling just a little bit of shaking and wondering, like, kind of like today, I'm sure many Floridians saying, "Wow, what was that? Was that an earthquake?" And if I can remember, I feel like that one wasn't quite as strong as this one, Garrett. I think it might have been between a 4 or a 5. I'll have to dig back because now curiosity is getting to me for sure. But yeah, just like today, people saying, coffee cup shaking, lamps rattling, and just a lot of shaking and swaying, I'm sure, in some of these larger buildings that we have around Central Florida.
Yeah, Virginia in Bronson saying, my dog started barking and we weren't sure why. Well, and then, you kind of realize why. So, yeah, interesting reaction. You do wonder. I would imagine that's something that a lot of animals might be kind of afraid of, might kind of catch them off guard as well.
Sure. No, their sense is keen to, I feel like, this sort of, anything that's happening in the weather or something like this. And I'm curious if any of our other wildlife that is around Central Florida that we see, I'm sure, noticed this and was like, well, what's going on? But yeah, it makes sense. So much so.
Yeah, so just a lot of folks with a lot of questions this afternoon. We are pleased as well to be joined this afternoon by Will Ulrich from the who is the warning coordination meteorologist with the National Weather Service out of Melbourne. He's joining us live right now via Zoom. Will, are you able to hear me there? All right, great. Well, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus. First, talk with us about what we know, what we're learning about this earthquake off the coast of Cuba this afternoon.
Yeah, pretty rare event for us here in the state of Florida, right? To feel some light shaking associated with an earthquake in the Gulf or in the Atlantic. There's, been a couple instances over the past 10 years or so where we've seen these earthquakes take place either to our west or to our east. But this one was a more significant event with a 6.1 near the western tip of Cuba. Obviously, as the USGS gets more data, they may refine that value. I wouldn't expect it to change too much off of the 6.1 because they are trained to look at all of the data that comes with it. And the information so far that we're seeing and that the USGS is seeing suggests that around a 6.0 earthquake did take place out in the open waters of the Gulf of America with about a 10-kilometer depth. So it was a little bit deeper in the waters there of the Gulf. And so because of that, we did see some light shaking across the state all the way up and down the entire peninsula. Some reports of weak to light shaking. No significant reports of damage or anything like that, but still certainly a fun and exciting afternoon for some who aren't used to feeling this type of event here in Central Florida.
Yeah, Will, I mean, we've gotten emails from so many folks say, I didn't know what it was at first, but, because I've never experienced something like this. How rare is something like that for us to feel, specifically here in Central Florida?
Sure. Looking back at some of the guidance that we have here at the National Weather Service, obviously, we typically deal with the weather. So I do just want to say that we are not the sole official source of all thing earthquake information, but we do partner very closely with the U.S. Geological Survey, who are the ones that are trained to look for and understand earthquakes. But just looking back at some data, we've had a couple of instances over the past 2 to 3 years of light shaking occurring across Central Florida, specifically November 10th, 2024. That was associated with a 6.8 magnitude earthquake off of Cuba there as well. And that did lead to some light shaking across the Florida Peninsula. Sometimes we do have earthquakes out over the Atlantic side. What we've been talking about today in 2024 was more associated with the Gulf side. But back in the Atlantic on February 7th, 2024, about 100 miles east of Cape Canaveral, we did have a magnitude 4.0, which led to some very light shaking along portions of the East Coast. So there is precedence for these lower magnitude events to occur, but still, a little bit unsettling for folks when they're not used to thinking, Florida's an earthquake hotspot, which it is not. What we're talking about here is nothing like what our folks on the West Coast of the United States have to deal with.
Yeah, thank goodness. I think people may be thinking after just dealing with this little bit that we had. But for perspective here, I mean, a 6.1 magnitude earthquake where it happened. I mean, that's pretty strong.
Correct. Now, that is more significant for the people of Cuba and those that are closer to the event. We've, again, looking back in 2024, that was associated with a greater than 6 magnitude earthquake. I believe back in 2020, if I'm looking back at my dates correct, January 28th, there was a Cuban earthquake also. I believe that was greater than 7.0 magnitude. So those are a little bit more common down in that part of the Caribbean. So what we end up getting is that residual shaking that still works its way out through the crust and across the state of Florida. So, of course, what we experienced here was not what the people of Western Cuba felt. We just got the residual light shaking as those waves propagated out from their source several hundred miles, around 400 miles to our south and west here in Orlando.
Now, thankfully, Will, no tsunami threat. Talk to us about why in this case we're not seeing that, and why in some cases that is something that you see.
Sure. Earthquakes have a lot of different sources, right? Along with crust interaction, where the Earth's crust is coming together or pulling apart, which we don't see a lot of in the Gulf. You've got other sources of earthquakes from landslides that sometimes happen both either over land or over water. This occurred very deep within the Gulf. So based on the initial analysis from the USGS service, we did not see any sign of an earthquake a tsunami threat, because there wasn't a lot of movement of the crust that would have displaced water. But nonetheless, Florida is not immune to tsunami threats. There are several sites that we do look for the potential of tsunamis, including the Puerto Rican Trench, as well as the Cumbre Viejo volcano in Portugal, and the Canary Islands also has a active volcano that we looked to potentially lead to a tsunami threat. Now, again, that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about a 6.0 earthquake that took place in the Southeast Gulf that did not displace a lot of water. So very quickly, the National Tsunami Warning Center in Palmer, Alaska, as well as the folks in Honolulu, both where our National Weather Service tsunami warning centers were able to determine that this did not have a coincident tsunami threat, which is really good news. Now, that's not to say we can't have a tsunami threat, because that is something that we and our emergency managers think about. And I talked a little bit about those possible sources, but that is not what we're talking about today.
Now, why is it that we're able to still feel these tremors 373 miles away from where that earthquake took place?
So I'm not going to pretend to be the sole expert on this, but I will say that in terms of the Gulf as well as the state of Florida, we are on one solid piece of crust, whereas different parts of the planet, you have those Earth's mantle or crust coming together or pulling apart. Here in Florida, we are solidly in what's called the North American plate. And so any earthquake that occurs, though rare, would tend to travel and propagate out, and depending on the strength, the greater the strength of the earthquake, the further that could propagate out. So because we're kind of square within the North American plate, this particular earthquake was able to go out very far from its epicenter and lead to that light shaking that took place today. It was just strong enough to be able to make it to here in Florida, but obviously not at the magnitude that was felt well to our south and west.
Yeah, Will Ulrich from the National Weather Service in Melbourne. I would imagine this is not what you expected to be tracking on a Monday afternoon in June.
No, but I'll tell you, this is something that we always have to be prepared for. There's been precedent for us. Like I said, back in 2024, 2020, 2006 are just a couple of dates that come to mind where we've had similar events that have occurred either on the west side or the east side of the peninsula. Again, Atlantic side also has had, more rarely than what we've seen in the Gulf of Mexico. So we do have messaging and we do have contingency plans in place to be prepared for it. But we know that this isn't a particularly seismic active zone. So again, the threat overall here in Florida is nothing like what the folks on the West Coast and other parts of the world have to deal with. And, that's okay because we have to deal with, tornadoes and hurricanes here in Florida, right? So I'll take a little shaking any day.
Exactly. We don't need another thing to deal with here. That's for sure. We've got our hands full for the next few months through the end of November. Having to be ready for hurricane season. So Will Ulrich, warning coordination meteorologist, National Weather Service, Melbourne. Thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon.
Thank you.
So we are seeing these, reports continuing to come in. We'll go through more of those in just a couple of minutes. We're also going to check in with officials in Lake County who said they have decided to close government offices for the rest of the day out of an abundance of caution. So we're going to talk with them in just a minute. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. We're continuing to track the impacts of these tremors felt here in Central Florida from that magnitude 6.1 earthquake about 60 miles off the coast of Cuba. And so if you felt those tremors here in Central Florida, maybe if you got some video of the shaking, or you can describe for us what you felt, what you thought, scan that QR code that you see on your screen right now. We're going to go through more of those submissions that we've gotten in just a couple of minutes. But I want to bring in now Jeff Foley, who is a communications director with Lake County, joining us live now via Zoom. Jeff, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Sure. Happy to be here, Garrett.
All right. So first, just talk to us. I know y'all have made a decision to close offices for the rest of the day. Talk to us about that.
We have. So we work in Tavares in a five-story building that people felt some tremors and felt like they were on a cruise ship. And it's obviously a building that's open to the public as well. So out of an abundance of caution, we evacuated the building and we are having some structural testing done on it to make sure that it's safe.
So what did it feel like there, Jeff? Did you feel it personally? What was it like?
I did not. I'm on one of the lower floors and I was engaged in a meeting. I think I was distracted, but some people that I spoke to said it felt like they were surfing.
That's not what you want to feel when you are not surfing and in a building. So you made the decision again, like you said, to close offices the rest of the day. Talk to us about the testing then that's going to be done to make sure things are safe before you reopen.
Yeah, it's an older building, and obviously we want to make sure that it's structurally sound. We don't want to be in the news for the wrong reasons. So we are going to have that testing done, and again, before it's open to the public, make sure that it is safe for folks to be in there.
And so what is your message to folks there in Lake County who may have experienced this today as well?
Yeah, that they're not crazy, that there was some shaking and some tremors going on, and it was not our imagination.
All right. So we appreciate you joining us, Jeff, and talking with us about kind of what's next for the county offices there. Jeff Foley, Communications Director with Lake County. Good talking with you this afternoon, and thanks for joining us live here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me. Be safe.
All right, you too. Interesting to hear him talk about it feeling like a cruise ship as well. That's, again, not necessarily something you want to feel on land. All right, so we're getting more of your submissions online. You can submit to, tell us where you were, tell us what you felt, and we'll go through more of those. Just scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. Stephen Shaft, Blueberry Hill RV Resort in Bushnell, saying, I was sitting in my slide out in my RV and I felt the RV started shaking. Thought it was a big truck driving by in my park. Went to the window and looked and nothing was there. Then I thought maybe something was happening to the RV, just very odd. Went outside, looked around and didn't see anything. So again, one of those situations where many people just don't necessarily know what is going on at the time. M. Hernandez in Daytona Beach. Work at a doctor's office on the second floor. Thought it was the MRI machine, but I kept telling coworkers there's no way. My computer monitor just made me very dizzy. That had to be an earthquake. About a half hour later, when a coworker heard from her husband and daughter and other people in the building, we realized it was indeed a quake. Wow. Thinking your first inclination is not here in Florida to think about it being an earthquake. That's for sure. Al in Claremont, felt the shaking in my car as I was stopped at a red light in Claremont. Felt like when someone's dancing in the car, shaking back and forth. Confirmed with my wife as she felt it in our house in Claremont. She thought she was going crazy. Our kids didn't notice it. Well, your wife is not going crazy. Again, like we heard from Jeff there, it was real. It's something that we have felt those impacts. We've seen reports as well from Flagler County as well, so pretty far north in the state. Let me show you again that map while we queue up some more of the other submissions. 300 some miles to here in Orlando, and again felt it north of of there, even with those reports coming in from a number of places. Heba in Windermere saying felt her whole bed shake here in Windermere. So that is, again, just one of many places. Katie and Coco, dogs started barking. The water in my glass on the table was shaking, better than the mess that someone had at their work meeting. I don't remember where that was, but they said the coffee spilled. So good thing it wasn't enough to knock that off, but something that a little disconcerting to see. Valentina in Davenport, we've had a couple of people from Davenport saying they felt it. Valentina, working from home, felt the floor and desk moving, started calling my husband's name, but he was violently brushing his teeth and didn't feel anything. I guess that would provide some shaking of its own. So maybe one reason that he wasn't able to feel that. MJ, Ocala, Marion County, third floor apartment, pets alerted first. Felt light tremor about 15 to 20 seconds, rockers swayed, felt movement while seated on the couch. It seems like one of those things, too, where we're hearing more of these reports from folks on higher floors. When we were talking to Jeff, he said he was on the ground floor, didn't feel anything, but the fifth floor of their office building, definitely people were feeling it. And that seems to be the case. Many of these folks who live on higher floors in apartments saying that they are feeling it, have been or did feel it earlier. Again, this was just after 2 o'clock when this happened, 2:04 or so. That seems to be the consensus as to when people started feeling that 15 to 20 seconds. Just about. Leanne Thayer shaking home in Floral City while eating lunch. The soup bowl shook for about 3 seconds. How strange. That would be strange, especially because it's not something that we are used to here. I do want to go ahead and give you another live look right now in Key West. It's certainly looking nice and calm and peaceful, where quite a bit closer there to where this the epicenter of that earthquake was. And just a reminder as well, there could be aftershocks. That's from the U.S. Geological Survey, saying that that's something that that we might need to kind of watch out for and be aware of. So you could feel more. Now, granted, we are 300 some miles away, so it would have to be a strong aftershock for us to continue to be able to feel those tremors all the way up here. But like we heard, some especially in South Florida, the Keys and things like that, something to certainly be aware of. Joshua Leppert, Davenport, Four Corners area, saying felt shaking, thought my power recliner was acting up. Yeah, I mean, we just had an email coming in as well from Kimberly Redmond in Sanford saying that she was sitting at a red light in Sanford right around 2 o'clock. They thought it may have been coming from a large truck in the area, but I didn't see anything. Then I thought I may have been having mechanical problems, but then when I pulled off and stopped again, my car was running perfectly. That's when I became concerned, assuming that maybe it was the start of a sinkhole, also scary. Then says she got home, saw on the news it was an aftershock from an earthquake. Never thought she would experience something like that here in Florida. I think, Kimberly, you can join the club. A lot of folks not expecting to feel that today. Tim in Lake Nona, felt it when I was taking a nap. My bed started shaking. I thought maybe the floor was about to give out. Glad it didn't. We've not had any reports of any major damage or anything like that. Not in our area. You're not going to have quite as significant of impacts as they will have a little bit closer to where that earthquake happened. I'm going to pull that map up for you again here in a minute, where you can see just how close it was to Cuba, and we'll have to continue to monitor to see if there are reports coming in from there. But Oscar Gonzalez, Boynton Beach, felt swaying at City Hall in Boynton Beach down in South Florida. So there's a report firsthand from someone in South Florida saying that they were able to kind of feel that probably a little more significantly than we were here in Orlando, 400 some miles or so to some of these points in our area. But you can see there where the 6.1 is on the map. That's about 60 miles or so off the coast of Cuba, where this earthquake. It was believed to have happened, but we are continuing to track the tremors here in Central Florida that folks have been reporting, and we want to know if you felt the tremors. You can continue to let us know, even though our time is winding down here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have this QR code. You can still go to fox35news.com/share and let us know. Send in any videos if you have any. I know it happened so fast, but if you were able to grab any video or anything like that, or if you just have a story to share. We've been reading many of those stories throughout the afternoon as we have tracked this now for a little over an hour. Just a lot of emails, a lot of folks who have been emailing in. I'm trying to see if there are any other locations that maybe we haven't talked about yet. Downtown Orlando, someone saying that they felt it, seeing if there are any other new locations. A lot of folks in Claremont saying they felt it. Just north of DeLand, Seville, Florida, in Volusia County there, Astatula, Mount Dora, a number of locations.